Hello, everybody. You are listening to Joan and Albert Watch Anime. No, actually, you are listening to Through Time and Clays. But we're going to do something a little different for this episode. I'm Albert.
And I'm Joan.
Yeah, so this is a little bit out of the ordinary for us, as you might have noticed. But today we are going to review a TV series that both of us watched earlier this year, and is in fact probably for both of us one of our favorite things that we have watched this year. Um, and it is an anime from the 1970s. So it's like, what's up with that, right? Uh, don't worry, we'll explain everything as we go along. But before we jump into that, do you have any updates to share?
I got my COVID booster yesterday,
Great.
so I'm happy to finally check that off the list. I am doing fairly well, save for some really rough COVID arm, but
Mm,
I feel like in time that'll pass like the last time it did. So I'm just kind of like doing my best, take some Tylenol and just let it go through my system and put that in the back of my mind because
mm,
it's oh my gosh, it's one of those situations where if I like move my arm a certain way, even like very minor, it's like yow, like
right.
it's just rough pain. Um, but I mean, like no fever or anything like that. So knock on wood, I'm feeling pretty good.
Mm.
Um, definitely. Let's see. What else have I been up to in this week? Well, on the 6th of December, being this month, they dropped the third episode of the Dinosauria
Oh,
series,
right, yeah. Mm,
and I watched that. A More Ancient Spring.
mm-hmm, mm.
That's what this one is called, and it features some hadrosaurs, notably I think it was a
I
Lambeosaurus,
think so, yeah, that's right. Mm,
and it's sort of like a tragic love story, if you will,
mm-hmm, mm.
but it has kind of like it does have a happy ending.
Yep. Mm,
So I feel like this one was particularly. I mean, like they've all been really great, but this one was like a really standout project
mm,
as far as like emotional response
mm,
because like it opens up pretty standard. You meet the various critters of this ecosystem, uh, and then you see our main character here, the Lambeosaurus, and then it takes like a huge mood whiplash, like
yep.
not long afterwards, and it's like, oh no, what's gonna happen next? And yeah, I really enjoyed that one.
Mm-hmm,
I've been
mm.
really uh, liking this series so far. What about you?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I guess if I had to summarize this particular episode in one word, it would just be beautiful because everything about this episode is just amazing in terms of like the visual imagery and the kind of emotional, uh, you know, beats. Yeah, it's really great. And in fact, if you watch the making of video, which as usual, the creator has uploaded a making of a video to accompany this episode on his channel. He himself actually does say that, yeah, I think this is the prettiest thing I've ever done, or something along those lines. And so, yeah,
Hmm.
I definitely agree with that, as far as I've seen at least. Um, so it is really nice, and I I really appreciated, I think, their portrayal of the carnivorous dinosaurs in this short. It's kind of a recurring theme in his work. Um, I think because if you recall all the way to like the the short on dinosaurs that he did before this particular series, the one called Sharp Teeth, I think it was. He kind of plays with the ideas of predators and their role in the ecosystem and versus their portrayal in the media as kind of villainous or antagonistic. Um, and he kind of does that here in this episode as well, because I guess I guess it's not a huge spoiler to say this, because basically in the beginning of the video, the episode, the mate of the Lambeosaurus, the main character of the short, she gets killed by a Tyrannosaurid, um, and yeah, and then it's kind of portrayed as this very it's a tragic blow to the main character, which, as you might imagine, is certainly understandable. But then a few scenes later, you see that not only were the Lambeosaurus and the other herbivorous dinosaurs in this environment looking for mates during this time, but so was the Tyrannosaurid, and it actually had made the kill to present to its mate to court her. And so, yeah, you kind of see the other side of that story there. And later in the episode, the Lambeosaurus actually encounters the female Tyrannosaurid, who at this point is guarding a nest, and the Tyrannosaurid actually sort of menaces him. But he's able to kind of push past her and continue forth on his journey. And the Tyrannosaur doesn't really pursue him because in that moment, what she's just doing is protecting her nest. And now that he's out of the area, she doesn't really, care about his presence anymore. So yeah, it's kind of like presenting these these apex predators as animals. Like they're not just killing things all the time or like constantly wanting to kill other things. They do what they do for a purpose. And yeah, I thought it was really nice.
Oh yeah, that's definitely an aspect of the series that I mean of his work that I've definitely noticed and I really appreciate, especially
Mm.
because I've never really been fond of the the, the villainification
Right,
of
right.
predatory animals. You know, because it's kind of it didn't really make much sense. You know,
Yeah.
because like I mean I know we've talked about this a little bit before, but like predators aren't they don't kill other animals
Hmm.
because like they're evil or like they're bad. You know,
Right.
it's just part of nature. You know, like there's really no like moral system that flows through this whole thing. You know,
Hmm.
it's an important aspect of the environment, and there's really nothing there's really nothing horrible about that. It's just people tend to portray their feelings onto stuff that they see, and so
Hmm.
if you happen to be rooting for like prey animals, well then yeah,
Right.
you're going to view the predators as enemies. But if you look at it from like a broader perspective, then like that those thoughts just kind of go away, and you appreciate it for what it is.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, definitely Dinosauria. Fantastic series.
Oh yeah. I guess kind of obligatory nitpicking on my part. Again, like we mention this every time we mention the series. That it is not meant to be completely scientifically accurate. And in fact, if you watch the making of videos, like the creator is very clear that yeah, there are scientific inaccuracies in this, and he actually highlights a few of them. But just in terms of pedantic interest, I guess a few things that I noticed was that some of the hadrosaurs, some of the duck-billed dinosaurs, are kind of depicted kind of stretching in like an almost cat-like manner, where the forelimbs are like stretched out very far in front of themselves. That's probably not anatomically possible. Like the forelimbs probably could not swing that far in a hadrosaur. Um, there is there is a portrayal of sexual dimorphism in the duck-billed dinosaurs, which in itself is not unreasonable. It's certainly possible that there was sexual dimorphism in them. But from what I noticed, I think, for example, the Parasaurolophus in the episode, the different sexes that were shown seemed to be based on like different species of Parasaurolophus. Like there's one with a longer crest and one with a shorter and more curved crest, which have been considered possible sexual dimorphs. But I think the current thinking is that they are more likely probably just different species, different taxonomic entities, because I believe they're not found from the same localities anyway. So yeah, so there's that. So another thing I sort of noticed was that in the nests of a lot of the large dinosaurs, they were shown like sort of covering the eggs with a very light layer of foliage, but that you could still see the eggs through them. And
Oh yeah.
yeah, yeah. Now I imagine that's a deliberate stylistic choice because you want to show that these are nests and that's what they are. Um, but yeah, I would say realistically speaking, they probably wouldn't look like that. You'd probably have the eggs completely buried under like substrate and vegetation and such. And we do have evidence like from the actual structure of the eggshells in a lot of these large Mesozoic dinosaurs, that their eggs were probably like buried either in the soil or like underneath piles of foliage. Um, so yeah, that's actually kind of similar to what crocodilians do today. So yeah, a few interesting deviations from like science there, but nonetheless, like the attention to detail is incredible, and I think uh, again, if you watch the making of series, you'll see that even though he does deviate from like scientific knowledge in a few minor details, in many other aspects, he actually considers the science very carefully, and even basing like specific individuals featured in the films on like actual specimens that paleontologists have found and described. So yeah, again, once again, really impressive work, and I've also been really enjoying that series as well.
Yeah, definitely. Is there anything else that you've been up to as of the last week?
Oh, let me think. Okay, well, I guess my biggest update would be that I have finally sent off uh, my thesis, a draft of my thesis, to my supervisor. So it's in his hands now. Um,
Woohoo.
Yeah, so basically, I'm a little bit more free to do what I want to do. I actually have been working a little on the website now, so starting to write out some of the sections for Dinosaurs, the second chapter. Um, but yeah, it's I'm definitely very sort of relieved to have gotten that out of the way, as you might imagine. Of course, a little nervous too, because it's like, oh no, well, what if I missed this or I got this wrong or such. So hopefully my supervisor catches those, and um, the plan is that he'll return that to me by the end of the month, and then I can submit it to my examiners, and we'll decide on a time for me to get examined by them. But in the meantime, yes, I am happy to be done with that.
Oh, that's fantastic to hear.
Yeah. So I guess that's really my biggest update. Yeah. Other than that, I've sort of kind of been taking a break, doing a few things that I haven't really been able to do while I was working on the thesis. Um, but yeah, not too much else to say about that. Um, do you have anything else to add, or should we jump into the main subject of our episode?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
All right, sounds good. So, again, in this episode, we're going to do something quite a bit different from what we have done previously, and we are going to review an anime TV series we both really liked and we both watched this year. And it is called The Story of Perrine. And on the next slide, we will kind of talk a bit about the background of this show. All right, so the Story of Perrine was originally aired in 1978, so quite a while ago. It's definitely not a new show by any means. And it is part of actually a series of shows by Nippon Animation that has been called World Masterpiece Theater, and I think it is best known, at least in English, by that name. But I think they've gone through a number of alternative names as well. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, in any case, the World Masterpiece Theater series is basically a series of anime adaptations of notable works um, of literature, um, especially Western children's literature. And so, for example, they did adaptations of Anne of Green Gables, of Little Women, a lot of other titles. Like they've done a lot. Like they've done this for a long time. Like I think even into the 2000s, they were still adapting like different works and releasing new series. So yeah, they've done a lot. Um, in the case of Story of Perrine, it is no exception to this. It actually was also based on a novel from the 19th century, specifically 1893. Um, it was written in French and titled En Famille, pardon my non existent French, by Hector Malot. Um, and yeah, so the story of Perrine was adapted from that work. Now, I think although the title of the novel literally translates as Among Family, the book itself is usually translated into English as either Nobody's Girl or The Story of Perrine. Um, and yeah, it seems that the series decided to go with The Story of Perrine, except in Japanese. Yeah. Uh, so yeah, that's generally how this series came about. Um, and in terms of the premise, so it's about um, the main character is a 13-year-old girl named Perrine, and so that's what the title is referring to, or that's who the title is referring to. And at the beginning of the series, um, she is traveling across Europe to see her grandfather, who lives in a French town called Maricourt. Um, and that town, it apparently doesn't exist anymore, but it did used to exist. So I think like it's been sort of merged into other towns and isn't really known by that name anymore. And it's found in northern France. We'll actually show a map later in this presentation. Um, and at this point, she is traveling with her mother, Marie, and in the show, she is traveling with also with kind of two animal companions, Baron, who is their dog, and also Palikari, which is a Greek name, who is their donkey, and their donkey is the one who pulls the caravan that they're traveling in. So, yeah. Um, and neither Perrine nor her mother have actually met with her grandfather before, so they're meeting with her paternal grandfather, her father's father. Kind of a sort of something they sort of build up in the beginning of the series is like, oh, what kind of person is her grandfather like? And yeah, so Perrine is looking forward to finding out about that. Um, yeah. Now, something I guess I should draw attention to is like, for some reason, Perrine's mother is almost never featured on like promotional images for the show, like or promotional posters and such, including like this cover image that I posted here, which is a cover for the soundtrack actually. Um, so yeah, you have Perrine in the middle there. You have the dog Baron and the donkey Palikari. But yeah, her mother is not featured on the cover, even though she's a pretty important character. So yeah, that's just something kind of curious. But yeah, do you have anything to add about the background of the series?
Um, well, I think it's interesting to consider when this anime came out.
Mm-hmm.
As Albert had mentioned, uh, the World Masterpiece Theater has been around for a while, and this was not their first production that they had done. I
Right.
think this was their like second or third series for for the theater.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it's interesting considering how relatively old this is in the grand history of anime in
Mm-hmm.
general.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Now, I know Japanese animation has been around since like the 1910s, but like the signature anime style, if you like, that usually comes to mind when you mention anime was only about like the late 50s, early 60s when that was founded. You have um, Tetsuka's um, anime projects,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Astro Boy, Kim of the White Lion, things like that. And so for this series in 1978, like this is sort of in that earlier era
Yeah.
where anime was just kind of finding its stride. And of course, it wouldn't be until like the 80s and 90s when things would really pick up. So I think it's kind of a fascinating time capsule, if you will,
Yeah.
if you're interested in the history of animation in general and Japanese anime specifically. Of course, we'll be showing screenshots throughout this episode so you can kind of see what the style is like. And you
Mm-hmm.
can tell there's a lot of similarities and there's a lot of differences too. Like, as I was watching this series, like, some of the character designs and styles more resembled like a Franco-Belgian production
Mm-hmm.
than a Japanese anime,
Right.
which is kind of interesting to think about. If you're used to things like the Once Upon a Time series or Asterix, for example, at least some of the older Asterix. Um, but like it's a really charming show, um, and its age definitely shows throughout. Um, I didn't want to talk too much about like the animation and art style itself, but I will mention like when I say like its age shows, I'm mostly referring to like the animation itself. You can tell that while they had an appropriate enough budget, I think, to portray the story as they wanted to. There are a couple little things here and there that you notice in these sorts of classic animes
Hmm.
where like backgrounds are stitched appropriately. Like if you've seen like a Hanna Barbera production and the characters are running across the screen or like running through something, and the background kind of like repeats itself over and over again. Well, there are moments here where like the background will repeat itself, but the splicing is so jarring that it kind of catches your eye when it happens. Like, oh, that tree wasn't there. Now it's over here. Um, which is just kind of funny to me.
Yeah.
And, like there's a couple like other things here, like with cell lining up. Like sometimes characters like walk in front of each other, and it's like, whoa, you're floating in the air. Show
Right.
cracking. But I assure you, these are not strong criticisms at all, and it's kind of one of those fun things to point out in an otherwise classic series.
Mhm.
Um, and yeah, I mean it's great.
Yeah. So I think we'll talk a little bit more about why it's great in a moment. But I guess just to explain why I was watching an anime from 1978 in 2021 while in the middle of working on my thesis. Um, so uh, if you haven't heard of the story of Perrine before, you're definitely not alone. Um, I don't think it ever got an official English release, so as far as I know, it is not particularly well known in English speaking countries. Um, so yeah, it's certainly a relatively obscure show. So how did I come across it in the first place, right? Well, the answer to that is that my parents are Taiwanese, and the series did get adapted into a Mandarin translation um, back in the day, and this would have been a time when my mother was younger, and she watched the show on TV when at the time, and so um, she was familiar with it. In fact, people of my parents' age in Taiwan are relatively familiar with the show. They've probably at least heard of it at some point. Um, and then later, after I was born, after my sister was born, when my sister and I were kids, uh, at some point my family got our hands on DVDs of the entire series. I don't remember how, but we had them, and my mom pointed them out and was like, "Oh, look, this is a show that I watched when I was a kid, and you know we can watch it together and all that." And so she showed us the series, um, and I think my sister and I pretty much worked our way through the whole series at the time, which I think in hindsight is surprising for reasons I'll get to. Um, but yeah, we finished watching the series, and then many years later, earlier this year, I was chatting with my sister by video chat, and she brought up the series again. I forget the context of that, but basically she mentioned a particular plot point or story arc from the series, and I was like, oh yeah, we watched that as a kid. Um, and I remember enjoying it, and from what I remember of it, I think I'd enjoy it even more now. So I decided to try and find it online, and as it turns out, it actually has been uploaded to YouTube with the original Japanese voices, but with fan provided English subtitles. And so I was like, oh yeah, this is perfect because I do like to kind of view works in their original language when possible. But of course, I don't know nearly enough Japanese to actually understand much of it if I didn't have the subtitles there. So having an English subtitled version is perfect. And we will provide a link to that English subtitled playlist in the description below. And so watching the YouTube uploads, I rewatched the entire series, and I really did enjoy it a lot. And I would even consider it one of my favorite shows now. I really appreciate it very much. Um, and of course, I then mentioned it to you, and you decided to start watching it too.
Yeah, I followed your link, and I just started from the beginning, and it just really like caught me immediately. Like,
Mm.
I mean, the premise and the characters, and so for the better part of like a week and a half, two
Uh,
weeks, I would just sit and watch a number of episodes each day and just follow along with the plot. Sometimes I'd watch it on my own. Sometimes I'd put it on the TV so Madre could join me. And she didn't really follow it all the way, but even she appreciated it too,
mhm.
um, at certain parts. Um, yeah, and like by the time I was done, I was like, oh my gosh, this is like no, it's like the highlight of the year.
Yeah.
And I watched a lot of films and shows this year.
Mhm.
In fact, just the other day, I was catching up on some other things.
Mhm. Mhm.
And while a lot of them were very impressionable, and I had high regards for a lot of them, this one in particular just really stuck out to me.
Mhm.
And of course, again, as reasons we'll explain soon, um, I never watched a series like this before, and it was really charming. And I just felt like, well, if it's not well known in the states, it should be.
Mhm.
I think. I think it would definitely make for like a comfort watching show, if you're in these pandemic times
Oh
and you're looking
yeah.
for relatively lighthearted entertainment.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, yeah, because we did some research into this, and yeah, it had never gotten a release in like the U.S. or like the U.K. to our knowledge.
Mhm.
Um, but apparently, it's like well regarded in Latin America, parts of Canada, Iran, uh, the Philippines,
Mhm.
where I think like even in Iran, like it won two awards for animation,
Wow.
which is like yeah, like that's I mean it's fascinating, but also it's kind of important to consider when you think about like other countries besides your own, because I've come across occasional comments here and there about like Middle Eastern, Southwest Asian countries
Mhm.
where if you if you watch the news like and you rely on the news, like your impressions like, oh, these are just like war torn desert countries where
Right.
not a lot is going on that doesn't involve the military or anything like that. But it's like no, there's people here that have lives and go through much the same problems as we do.
Mhm.
The mundane sort of problems, and why wouldn't they have like TV shows and anime that they could enjoy?
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, so I think that's kind of an important lesson to consider. Um, but yeah, I had never heard of this. It wasn't until you told me about it that I had become familiar with it. But to my surprise, when I brought it up to one of my sisters and some of my old high school friends that I caught up with recently, they were like, "Oh yeah, I know about that, or I remember that," which I guess means that they watch a lot more anime than I do.
Right. Right.
um, I'm very particular when it comes to stuff like this. Because while I don't agree with a lot of the memes about like anime in general, like
Mhm.
anime is just for like weirdos or something like that. Like I mean, like there's clearly it's an art style, and it's a national animation legacy, and there's going to be various types of programs within that legacy, and they're all going to have something different to offer. They're not all monoliths of certain themes, and Story of Perrine is just a perfect example of that because yeah, it's an anime, but it's not intended for like teenagers or adults, at least at least at first glance.
Mhm.
It's the world masterpiece theater for like children's like literature.
Yeah.
So this is easily something that if you're in like elementary school or like early middle school, that's probably more your alley.
Right.
um, but of course, like for somebody like me who is engrossed by animation history and loves all the Disney movies and then some, like I don't usually mind stuff like that.
Mhm.
Like if a series is for children, it's done particularly well enough that like anybody can enjoy. It's like yeah, I will give it my full support.
Oh yeah. Of course.
That's definitely how I feel about the story of Perrine.
Mhm. Yeah. So I agree with you that it is it's a really charming show. Um, it it manages to be. I think it manages to be very emotional, but like the drama doesn't feel overly manufactured. It has a
Mm.
very kind of down to earth and realistic feel to it. It's very slow paced, which actually goes back to what I said about being surprised I sat through it as a kid. Um, so like the story, kind of moves pretty slowly from episode to episode. Um, it's not a show where there's like constantly a lot of action or anything going on. Um, yeah, it is a very rather tranquil kind of atmosphere. Um, but even then, it really manages to kind of suck you in, like into the world and into the story, because like there are stakes, and it's just that they don't have to like be very in your face or super dramatic about it to make that clear. Um, so yeah, it's really nice. It certainly is a type of storytelling that you don't really see much in TV shows. I think like in general, at least as far as
Mm.
I've seen. Um, Honestly, I would say the closest comparison, if I were to pick another show that I was familiar with, that I know of, it might be the recent Netflix animation series Hilda, which we both like a lot. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. Oh my gosh, yeah, Hilda, that's another one. Great comfort show.
We both love it a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I think the sort of kind of down to earth and kind of rather somewhat slow paced kind of feel is there are similarities. I'll say that. Now, of course, there are differences too. So the story of Perrine
Mm.
is like it's basically not fantastical at all. So like if your favorite thing about Hilda is like seeing all the magical creatures and such, like you won't find that here. Um, but if you are if you want like this rather relaxing but sometimes very emotional show with a precocious young girl as a protagonist, I think it's a pretty good comparison.
Oh yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Now, this because the story of Perrine is a little bit more realistic. There are it. I would say it does get a arguably darker in some places. Like there are people who actually die in this show, and I mean, in Hilda they actually have people dying, but it's kind of played as a joke. If you know the episode
Oh
I'm
yeah.
talking about.
Hmm.
Yep. Yeah. Whereas here it's like dead serious. Yeah, people die and it's sad and yeah. So yeah, be prepared for that. But I would say like in terms of like the general feel of the show, I definitely think it's pretty similar. Um, so yeah, I guess that would be sort of my non no spoilers kind of recommendation and summary of what I feel about the show. Yeah. What do you have anything to add to that?
No, I would pretty much agree with pretty much what you were saying. Um, yeah, definitely. Yeah, the similarities there with Hilda are definitely on point in that the stakes in the show are not because of like oh there's a prophecy or there's some magical quest or like that there's some sort of like hidden object you have to get and then return to the great castle in time before the solar eclipse like it's like when we say like realism it's like you could walk outside and if circumstances were
Right.
you could basically recreate this whole series
Right. Right.
like in the real world like it's yeah, it's about as down to earth as you can get, I
Mm.
think, with an anime. And you know what? Yeah, like there are no magical elements, but there's a very Miyazaki vibe to it
Mm-hmm.
where there's like magic in reality,
Right. Right.
where you can find joy or laughter or sorrow or great lessons in even just very mundane things in
Mm-hmm.
everyday life and like that appreciation of everyday life, even like the small stuff like that
Yeah.
can be its own sort of magic, I think.
Yeah. Absolutely. I couldn't have put it better myself.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely like as another like reference, like if you appreciate Miyazaki's films,
Mm.
especially the earlier ones,
Right.
things
Right.
like Totoro or Kiki's Delivery Service,
Mm-hmm.
that's definitely the story of Prince is definitely in that vein where Granted, like those films had magical elements, but they still put a lot of importance and focus on the everyday life
Yeah.
and the mundane. So yeah, I think I would definitely, like, without going too deep into like spoiler territory. Um, it's a show with all the right emotions, and it's like the human journey, and I would definitely recommend it if you're interested in like kind of like those explorations of the real world and
Yes.
what we can learn from it.
Yeah, indeed. I would agree with that. All right. So I guess before we jump into spoiler territory, let me think. Was there anything else we wanted to mention? Do we want to talk about the music?
We can a little bit. Uh, the soundtrack. Well, of course, this is a series from the late '70s,
Yep.
so but like you don't expect a sort of '70s ish soundtrack in the sense like it's like synth or,
Right.
or
Right.
or pop or anything like that. Um, Now, if you are familiar with like anime from the '70s, where you have like sort of like your anime opening theme, where beautiful song is being sung and like characters are doing things in the background, like that's kind of
Yep.
that's definitely like the main theme of the series, and like it's so catchy. It's
Mm-hmm.
such a catchy tune. Like when like the song when the show opens up and the song starts, there's like a chorus
Yeah.
that happens about twice. It's like a hum.
Yes. Right. Right.
But let me tell you that stays in your head.
Yes.
Like even when I'm trying to like find time to squeeze episodes in, like I will like cut the intro short, but I'll always keep that little opening part before I fast forward
Mm-hmm.
to the actual like episode. Um, but no, it's a very very sweet song, and it definitely gets to the core of the plot in a sense,
Right.
which of course we'll explain more later. Um, but like beyond that, like there's a lot of like calming background music that kind
Mm-hmm.
of follows with what's going on in the show without being too like over dramatic or too
Right.
simple. Um, there's like one song towards the latter half of the series that gets repeated a couple of times. Uh, that is also about Perrine.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very more, I guess, I don't know if solemn is the right word. It's definitely more of a like a moody kind of song
Right.
that
Right.
has like a very soft melody throughout. Kind of like something that you would see like when a character is on their lowest point,
Right. Yeah.
or like when a character is in like an unsure situation, like what's the future, what's my fate, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so like there's definitely that vibe, but it's not like characters are singing in this at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah.
guess kind of playing more into the realism factor. This is not like a Disney musical or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's like songs in the background, and they're very charming and they're very fun. Um, but they're almost kind of like added on after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. And then of course there's the end credits song, which oh yeah, I guess we should probably mention this too. So I don't know if this is like a thing that people did in the '70s regarding anime, but at the end of each episode, they would have like, oh, here's what's coming up next on Story of Perrine, and they basically like give you the whole plot of like the following episode,
Right.
minus maybe the most intense spoilers.
Right.
But it's like you watch that, and it's like, well, I kind of want to know what happens organically, so I would always skip those. But in doing so, I would miss the end credit song,
Mm.
which is all about Baron, the little dog.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very cute song. I finally listened to it the other day, incidentally. It's like, oh, I must have missed that. Um, and yeah, it's basically like a song about Baron, being a good dog. He
Right.
runs around the screen a couple of times and does doggy antics. Yeah, I guess like if we'll go deeper into like the characters in a little bit. But Baron I think Baron's definitely a highlight of the show. He's
Mm-hmm.
kind of if you're an animal lover and you love dogs, he's definitely like a good dog character, I think.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. Speaking of spoilers, yeah, the kind of preview sort of threw me as well when I was first like rewatching this series. Yeah, I was like, whoa, they just gave away the entire next episode basically. It is really interesting to see how how different previews worked in those days, at least for this series, because nowadays, people are all about no spoilers, no spoilers. You can't give
Mhm.
anything away. You can only give you the slightest glimpse of what's going to happen, and you just have to watch the whole thing before you can kind of figure out the context of everything. But yeah, it is quite interesting to see because I imagine back in the day they didn't have streaming services or anything. It's not like you could just watch these episodes whenever you wanted.
Mhm.
Yeah, you had to tune in at a specific time and all of that. Um, so I guess in a way it's kind of like catching people up in case they miss the episode um, and so on. Um, but yeah, definitely a very different from what we're used to nowadays. Yeah, no, that was I did find that curious as well.
Because like on TV, like even today, like
Hmm.
they'll still do that
Right.
if you're like watching shows on television. But like you know what we're talking about. It's like, oh, next time on this show, and they give you like a few like scenes here and
Right.
there
Yeah.
to like up the mystery, but they never like explain like what
Right.
the mystery is or like what happens in the episode per se. It's like piggybacking off of things from the episode you just finished,
Yeah.
and like that's enough. Like you don't need to give me like a whole summary of what we're expecting. One thing that I really appreciated that kind of made me chuckle a bit was in like the coming up next little section. Like it ends with a very like casual like, please watch the next episode.
Yes, that's right.
I'm just like, it's not even like a demand or like a request. It's like just consider,
Yeah.
please watch the next episode. And it's like, okay, I definitely will.
You're right. Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that's definitely an aspect of the show that I think is important. There is a narrator
Yep.
who very occasionally shows up, maybe at
Right.
the beginning of an episode or at the end of an
Hmm.
episode to kind of recap what you just watched, like, and a couple of times, like they'll. I guess this is where like the children's aspect of the show comes out because like the narrator will often have to come and explain certain situations, like,
Hmm.
oh, Perrine was very upset because
Yeah.
of this, or like Perrine learned a very valuable lesson about this, and like that's definitely like a clue, like, oh yeah, this is definitely a more welcoming to children, I guess, coming into it. Like there's in those instances, there's not a lot of room for interpretations of like character motivations. Like, oh, like this character sad? Like, no, they are sad.
You're right. Right.
We're gonna tell you. Um, but again, it's really minor, and I think it's kind of an interesting touch. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, that definitely is quite interesting. But yeah, I think that's pretty much most of all we have to say about the show without giving away any spoilers. Now, I do think this show is best enjoyed if you don't know what's coming. Um, so if you are interested in watching a show, if anything we've said before this sounds appealing at all, um, I would strongly suggest that you go to the link in the description, assuming it's still working, and watch the episodes that way, and then don't come back until you have seen the show, basically. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, well, you'd agree.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like when you introduced the show to me
Mhm.
and we were talking about it, like you were very clear not to give me any details beyond like, oh, by the way, there's this part in the show where it gets kind of depressing and sad,
Right,
and it's like, oh, okay, I'll keep an eye out for that.
right,
And then I knew when it was coming when it came,
yes,
and even then I was still surprised in a lot of ways.
right,
Now I guess as an aside, since you kind of brought it up a little bit, we're working on the assumption that the link does still work. The person who had uploaded this series had done it for like a year.
yep,
It's been up for a year now, along with like other series in the World Masterpiece Theater,
mhm,
incidentally. So if you want to watch like Anne of Green Gables, it's there. Um, Now if you like watch it and you're like, oh my god, this is the best thing since sliced bread. I need to get a copy of this for my DVD
mm.
collection. Yeah, you could if you want to throw like $180 or like $200 for a DVD, because I guess we're here to tell you right now, like it is almost impossible to find cheap. Like it is, I guess it's a rare release in the States or wherever.
Right,
So like if you're looking to add this to your collection, you're gonna have a bad time, unless you just happen to have egregious amounts of cash that you can throw at, at,
right, right,
at things like this. So like don't expect to find this on DVD or even on a streaming service anytime soon.
yeah, unfortunately.
We checked there as well, and it's like not present. Um, So yeah, basically, knock on wood, if that YouTuber is not hunted down by
Right.
YouTube's curious policy system, and it still remains there for like the foreseeable future. Like that is basically the place to watch it.
Yeah, that's right. Um, Indeed. And I have looked around a little bit. It is possible to find it on other websites. And that's really all I will say about that. But yeah, if you want like a home media release or anything, they're very hard to come by nowadays. Um, yeah, I might add here, I guess the DVD that my family got, that was like the Mandarin dubbed version release. So yeah, like it's certainly available in places where there has been an official release of the show, but outside of those countries, yeah, it's tough. It's gonna be tough. Um, and yes, I strongly encourage you not to look up anything else about the show if you're interested in watching it. Just go to the link and start watching, because because pretty much every summary I've seen of the show, like even the most kind of basic bare bones synopsis, mentions some pretty big spoilers. So
Mm.
yeah, yeah, just don't look up anything else about the show and go straight to the episodes if you want to watch it without any spoilers. Um, and with that being said, you know, if you have seen the show or if you don't care about spoilers, well, I think I think we can jump in next to our kind of spoiler laden talk. Um, on the next slide, yeah, okay, so we have a spoiler warning here. This is your final, last warning. Uh, if you do not want to be spoiled, yeah, just don't watch past this point and come back when you are done with the series or whenever you actually feel comfortable being spoiled. Um,
You have been warned.
so, yes, again, final warning. This is your final warning. Stop here. Stop here if you don't want to be spoiled. And yeah, I guess we can jump into that. So, what we're going to do is we're basically going to work our way through the entire storyline and then kind of highlight some moments or story arcs or characters that particularly jumped out as at us and share some thoughts about the series. Does that sound all right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right. So let's continue onward. All right. So, first impressions of the show. So, this is actually one of the first shots that you see when you first start the series. Well, after the opening theme, that is. So, since I first watched the show when I was very young, I don't really have much interesting to say about first impressions because I probably don't remember much of it. But clearly, I found it interesting enough to continue watching the rest of the series, which is, yeah, again, quite a feat because, again, it's a slow paced show. I nowadays I wouldn't have expected my younger self to have been all that interested, but clearly I was. So I evidently did find things to like about it. Um, but certainly I do enjoy it a lot now. What were your first impressions? I'm sure you remember them better than I do mine.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like from the first episode, like I guess I kind of had like a little bit of the excitement of like a new adventure possibility, because like when I start a new series, particularly a long series as this, because the story of Perrine has like 53
Yeah,
episodes,
that's right.
and they're about 20-ish minutes each,
Mm-hmm.
20, 23, half-hour chunks basically,
Mm-hmm.
which is a lot. I was actually kind of surprised. Like this is not like a short form series.
Yeah.
Like you're going to be with these characters for a while. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, most. Um, um, I had like the anticipation of like, oh, like I've heard so many good things about this from you that I almost certainly will enjoy this
Mm.
going into it. And like, yeah, like from the first episode, I was like, I gotta know what happens next. I gotta continue. So yeah, first impressions, definitely, I was impressed by. Well, one thing that I really look for in like new media is how are the characters? are these individuals that like I want to care about and I want to see like their character arcs through fruition. And that could be particularly tricky. I mean, I know completely off topic. When I tried out La Brea, the new the new NBC series about the whole chunk of Los Angeles that gets sucked into the last glacial period, um, I'm like, oh, this is going to be an interesting premise. I hope the characters are compelling and interesting and I like they're not jerks. Well, I was wrong. Like they threw so many characters that I didn't care about, and like just none of them like caught my eye. Of course, all the drama was completely manufactured. If you want, I don't want to get on my soapbox or anything, but if you want to talk about manufactured drama, like this is one of those shows. Um, and it's just so much to keep track of that. Like by the third episode, I was like, okay, I give it one more shot. And if I'm not impressed, I'm done. And I was done. So not so here. I mean, right away, I was struck by the atmosphere that the characters had presented. So of course, Perrine being this sweet little 13-year-old girl, um, she's not like a lot of children characters
Mhm.
that I've encountered, and I know we'll go deeper into that towards the end of this review. Um, but she's definitely like probably one of the most interesting ones given her circumstances. So of course she's traveling with her mom Marie to France, and her animal friends, of course.
Mhm.
And so that means that she doesn't have a very conventional childhood in at least the sort that I'm used to. She doesn't go to school. She doesn't have like other peers that come in and bully her or help her out. Um, she's kind of forced to grow up early
Mhm. Mhm.
in a sense and take on more responsibilities.
Yeah. Mm.
But she does it with such a willingness and care that it's very admirable. Like
Mhm.
she's a really fun character to keep up with, and like just seeing her interact with her mom, like just that alone was like, wow, like this is a very special person, and they immediately like caught my attention. Like, yeah, this is somebody I want to keep up with and see how she's doing.
Mhm.
And then that just radiates out to everybody else. I mean, Baron the dog. Again, like if you're an animal lover, Baron is just a treat. Because what stuck out to me immediately was like he is like the spitting image of my sister Julie's dog Charlie, who is a beagle mix. They don't exactly say like what Baron is.
No.
I guess he's kind of like generic cartoon dog.
Right.
Um, but there is like a running gag in the show where um, I guess he's a funny looking dog,
Yeah.
and
Right.
like everybody who meets him throughout this whole journey has to point that out in some way.
Yeah.
Like he's a very funny looking dog, or she has a strange dog, and
Right.
I think what's especially funny is like I guess this goes into the budget.
Mhm.
Um, Baron is clearly voiced by an adult man who is doing dog noises, um, and they reuse so many of those lines that almost becomes predictable. Like Baron comes on screen, oh, he's gonna do the noise, and clearly a guy in a recording booth.
Right. Right.
It just cracked me up. Um, which is funny because Palicare, the donkey, um, either they got donkey noises for him, or they just recorded like screeching noises on a wooden table or
Mm.
something. Because like he goes like, well, I'm not. I can't do it. Like, it sounds like a huge contrast to Baron.
Mhm.
But like yeah, I mean Baron he gets into mischief. He kind of doesn't take a lot of responsibility for things. He's getting his nose in places where he shouldn't, but he still has like that deep bond with the family. And so like when like it's serious business, he steps up and takes responsibility and is able to do his good dog deeds. Like I think like for like this for much of the journey to France, he's the what is it, the captain of the guard?
That's right.
What she
Yeah.
says. Yeah, and so like Perine's often like telling Baron like, now Baron, you need to keep watch and don't get distracted by bunnies or anything like that,
Right.
because we're counting on you. And then he gets distracted anyway, but then he's always apologetic and it's like, I can't stay mad at you. Um, and he's a delight. And I mean, Palicare, he's in the show a lot. There's really not a whole lot to say about his character, just
Right.
because he is like the donkey who pulls the the caravan.
Right.
But like you can tell, like he's very loyal too. He has like a big bond with Perrine, especially, and always listens to her when the time comes
Mm-hmm. Mm.
to do certain things. Um, but Marie, the mother, Okasa is a delight too, because again, like this is very much a non-conventional family traveling, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So of course, I guess since this is spoiler territory, so they are traveling to France without the father in the picture.
Mm-hmm.
We'll explain a little bit later, but he does pass away at the beginning of the show.
Right.
We don't see him besides flashbacks and
Mm-hmm.
then like portraits and things,
Yep. Mm.
but like it's implied that like he died fairly recently, and so it's just up to Perrine and her mom and her animal friends to continue this journey on their own.
Mm-hmm.
And so Marie is doing the single mom thing, trying to keep an eye on Perrine and also just have the courage and strength to keep moving after the death of her husband, which she takes very hard.
Yeah.
Like when we see her like for the first time, she is still so overcome with grief that she's almost like planning on let's halt the journey for now and we'll pick it up later because I still need to like comprehend what had just happened. And
Right.
of course,
Right.
Green there in her very special way is able to kind of lift her mom's spirits, and they're able to go on their journey anyway, while still recognizing their feelings. I think that was an interesting touch there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so she's very. I wouldn't say that she's laid back, but because Perrine already has a lot of like adult responsibilities that she's taken up anyway, like she kind of expects Perrine to like do what she says and,
Mm-hmm.
and take the lead and use her best judgment, while still being a kid. And I thought that was particularly interesting too, because I mean it would have been fairly typical for like Marie to be the stick in the mud or like the overbearing parent,
Right.
right? And it's like, Perrine, don't do this,
Right.
get back here, or what were you thinking? And not taking her feelings into consideration.
Mm-hmm.
But like every chance we get, like they're having heart to hearts and they're like talking about their feelings and
Mm-hmm.
and being real with each other too. Like there's no like lying because you love somebody or anything like that. Like, it's a very formal, open and honest relationship between the mother and daughter.
Yep. Mm.
Which I mean, that I think as far as regards to the things that really struck me to want to keep going with the show, that was definitely a big plus. Because like that's another thing that I rarely see in media like this. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, we've already mentioned Hilda multiple times. That's another one where like there is that sort of open dialogue between mother and daughter. It's
Yep.
not
Mm.
always perfect if you're familiar enough with the show, especially
Mm-hmm.
the second season.
Yep.
Um, but like it's there,
Yep.
and like that's just so nice to see. Incidentally, yeah, I mean Hilda, that's another instance of a single mom uh, raising a daughter
That's right.
in a unique landscape. Of course, with more magical creatures, and
Mm-hmm. Right.
of course, I could go on and on about that second season. Um, but yeah, like I guess as far as like first impressions of those characters who we start out with, um, oh, just a wonderful group, and like they all work together fairly well,
Mm-hmm.
and you care about them, and,
Yeah.
and you want to see their journey go smoothly. But yeah, those are sort of my first impressions regarding the characters. Um, Let me think. Yeah, I guess like like what we had mentioned before, like the animation style and the music and like the background designs were another big
Mm-hmm.
attachment to me. As we will see a little bit, it's clear that the artists had done their research when making this show, and these various towns and landscapes that they travel through Europe, just all sorts of details that are put into them, and recognizable landmarks, and like you can tell, like, oh, we want to tell the story right. We'll make sure to get these little details right, and I love stuff like that. Even down to like aspects of like the local flora or um, cultural areas of the town. Like building styles, clothing styles, technologies, things like that. Just I love things like that, little
Mm-hmm.
details. So yeah, those were kind of my first impressions.
Yeah, that's great, and I would pretty much agree with everything you said. That makes the show appealing. So yeah, and it definitely is a pretty big contrast, with other other shows that have child characters, especially those that are supposed to be around the same age as Perrine, the contrast is very clear. Yeah, Perrine definitely behaves a lot more maturely than a majority of other child characters of a similar age that you see in a lot of popular media, and it does make your character quite interesting. All right, so on the next slide, we will discuss a little bit more about the historical and cultural context that the show is set in, and also kind of some of the major landmarks that the characters pass by on their journey. Would you like to go over that?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, like this was another aspect of the show that was immediately appealing. So the first episode opens up, and they're like, "This story takes place 100 years ago." So it's like, okay, so it's 1970s. Then that means we're probably dealing with something that takes place during the 1870s, or perhaps a little bit earlier during the late 1860s. So, of course, the Industrial Revolution in Europe is well underway. You know, factories are springing up here and there, but large parts of the landscape are still fairly rural. Um, Perrine's family begins her journey in Greece, and if you look to the map here on the right, we've kind of highlighted a little bit of that for you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you know, and like in the show, they explain like it was cheaper for them to start in Greece, where they bought Polycare and the caravan because I mean they didn't have a lot of money,
Mm.
but they were able to work as photographers to raise funds from there rather than start in Switzerland like they had initially planned. That's Maria and Edmund, the father. Um, and so, like, yeah, throughout the main journey through Europe, we see Perrine and Marie working as photographers, and like that's another big clue about like historicity because, like, of course, the camera that they use very old fashioned. Like you got to stand there for like 20 minutes before you can. I
Right,
mean, that's an exaggeration, but like you got to kind of keep your pose and then count to 10
right.
to wait for like the light to all absorb in, and then of course you have to go through all like the preparation process with the polo the pictures, you know, dark room and all that sort of thing, which I admittedly I don't know a whole lot about.
Yeah, me neither.
um but it's definitely like the very old fashioned way, like, you know, there's clearly no digital cameras or anything like that around
Mm-hmm.
here, like we're dealing with the old fashioned selfies. And like that's a really fun aspect of the show because throughout their travels, like they meet people who are either unfamiliar with cameras
Mm-hmm.
or they've heard about cameras, but they've never like bothered um, to deal with them.
Right.
And so, of course, you get various reactions to that. And generally, people are like really excited, like, "Oh my gosh, I can get a picture of me!"
Mm-hmm.
And like you have some of the folks who like have never seen a camera before, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, how did you get me inside that little square there?"
Right.
And it's actually really adorable. Um, so like that's the main part of the journey that we see. And of course, Marie's a very accomplished photographer, as was Edmund, presumably.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and we see various examples of her work that Perrine helps promote. So her mom takes the pictures, and Perrine is there to be like, you know, step right up and get your picture,
Yep.
and be the mom's the wing girl, I
Right.
guess. um, right. So then, of course, you're on their subsequent journey to France. Perrine's father does pass away in Bosnia,
Yep.
or rather, what is today Bosnia. And so the girls have to kind of go it alone from there.
Yeah, and that's where the series actually starts.
That's right. Which is interesting to note because in the book that the series is based off of, the story doesn't even begin there.
Right.
They're already well into their journey inside France when the book actually picks up. So most of what we see for the first like 20-ish episodes of the show,
Yeah.
that like that's most of that is made up for this series. Which, you know, I think is pretty fair. If you're gonna do like, oh, we're traveling through Europe, well, you want to show, you know, Rick Steve style, like, oh, look at all these cool places that we're going to,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm actually kind of glad that they did that. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, so right away, if you look at this map, I mean, obviously, there are several differences with the European borders today, which, you know, it's 1860s, 1870s. You kind of expect that. Um, the Ottoman Empire, you know, has long since ended their great expansion, and at the time they were experiencing a big decline. Yet they'd still remained in place well into the 20th century. Um, and of course, because the show starts in Bosnia, we don't really see anything in the show of Perrine's journey through Ottoman territory from Greece.
Mm-hmm.
However, as it continues forward, we do get a very blunt description of life in the Austrian Empire.
Mm-hmm.
So Perrine and Marie cross the border, and like they were immediately ambushed by these Austrian soldiers who are looking for a runaway count from present day Croatia, um, who they later meet up with during the night, and they kind of help them escape under their watch. It's
Right.
just for a simple episode. Now, the Count reveals how his home country was taken over and how the Croatians rebelled against the Austrians, which meant that he had to go into hiding, as rebels often have to do. But yeah, like beyond that, we really only get like this small story before Perrine moves on. And kind of figuring out when this takes place specifically, it really hinges on like the fact that they mentioned like this is the Austrian Empire, whereas if you see on the map here by the 1870s, it's the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Mm-hmm.
That's more of a sign that the show takes place perhaps during the late 1860s, because Austria would be defeated by the Kingdom of Prussia in 1866,
Mm-hmm.
and then absorbed into the Austro-Hungarian Compromise of 1867. So clearly, whatever's going on here took place before that. Of course, I could just be overthinking things. Maybe they meant Austro-Hungarian Empire and they just said Austrian. Maybe there's like a translation error here or something. But again, I could be wrong about that. But then of course the rest of the way, we passed through a recently unified Italy, as well as Switzerland, without much pomp before we enter France finally for the remainder of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, this being the 1860s, 1870s ish, we're ways away from the time of Napoleon Bonaparte. But France is still under its second empire with Napoleon III. Um, but however, we also don't see much of this in the series either.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not really brought up, which is interesting in trying to figure out the historical context, because a lot of their journey through rural towns means that a lot of that big history they miss, or just don't touch upon,
Right.
except in a very casual sense.
Yep.
Um, now, India's cultural history, also does not feature as prominently as that of Europe, but there's enough of it here that I thought was interesting to
Mm-hmm.
kind of comment on. First and foremost concerns Perrine's heritage. So Marie is Anglo-Indian. So I think it was like her father was English, and her mother was Indian.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right. And so far as we know, she lived in India for most of her life, up to meeting Edmund and getting married in Delhi, which at the time was the big city in
Mm-hmm.
India. Of course, throughout the series, Marie's ancestry is often pointed out. If you notice the photo here at the top left, the screenshot,
Mm-hmm.
that's usually when she dresses in her green sari for photo taking. Now, of course, the sari is a very traditional Indian garment that goes back through basically all of India's recorded history. Um, and so this is like right in the first episode. They're working as photographers, but they're having a little bit of trouble. And I think Perrine was the one who was like, "Oh, maybe we can get more attention if you wore your sari."
Right.
And of course, Marie's like, "Oh, I don't know." And she's like, "Just try it. You look really pretty." And of course, she comes down and she's wearing the sari, and everyone's like, "Whoa!"
Right.
And of course, like it works. Given that many of the rural Europeans that they meet, they're sometimes not even familiar with India enough to know where it is in the world.
Right.
Like I think there was like one scene where Prima was talking to a kid, and the kid's like, like what's the dress and everything from? And Perrine's like, "Oh, it's from India." And they're like, "Where's India? Is that a village not far from here?" It's like,
Right.
no, it's very far.
Right. Right.
And it's quite the village. Um, but yeah, everybody often gets all slack-jawed and wowed, which I thought was a hilarious thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because if there's one thing I have noticed with a lot of anime, again, not to like be prejudiced or anything against anime, like there's always like the character who's like very beautiful and usually a lady, and everyone on screen is like, "Whoa!" and they just like they're like a deer in headlights, and they
Right.
make a big deal about it, which that always kind of cracked me up. So it was really funny to see that here with Marie, but I think it's done very respectfully, and in fact, almost so casually too that initially I was confused about Marie,
Mm-hmm.
um, because like they don't explicitly say that Marie is from India until I think the second episode.
Mm-hmm.
So when I heard that Perrine's like, "Oh, what if you wore your sari?" And while we took pictures, here I am thinking, "Oh, this is like somebody from another country, getting somebody else's costume or dress and then like wearing it as like you would a Halloween costume, for
Right.
fun." Which is cultural appropriation
Mm-hmm.
101. But I quickly learned that was not the case. It's like, oh, okay, so like she actually is like part Indian. So it's like, okay, that all checks out. Um, but you know what? I think this fact about Marie is so interesting, given what India was going through
Yep.
during the 1860s and 1870s. I mean, if you know your world history at least casually, you'll know that India was a British colony for over 100 years. In fact, the British Raj, that's the crown rule of India by Britain, had only begun in 1858, which would have been within Marie's lifetime. But we don't get her comments on this front.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's only it's clear that like okay, she's raised Catholic, and she knows English well enough that Perrine is able to pick up on that,
Yep. Mm.
which tells like okay, like she's very much an Englishified person of Indian descent
Right.
to an extent. Now, of course, Perrine was also born in India, and there's at least one flashback of her time there with her father. It's a very sweet, small scene,
Mm-hmm.
nothing too serious. Um, but you know what? I wonder. Perrine is 13 in the series, and you wonder, like, why did the family leave India
Mm.
in the first place? Yeah, I honestly do not remember them ever talking about that in the series because
Right.
I feel like I would remember if they did. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I don't think they explicitly mention it. No. um.
Like, yeah, like they had mentioned, like they wanted to go to Zurich, Switzerland,
Mm-hmm.
to go to France faster, but like they didn't have enough money.
Right.
Um, but it's like go to France faster. Like why? Like you really want to get there? Um, it's strange. Um, but of course, the I have like my head canons based upon what I read up. The story of the establishment of the British Raj is very bloody.
Mm-hmm.
In 1857, there was a massive rebellion of native Indians against the British East India Company. This is before the Raj, arose, because the British, were actively preventing the people from managing and expanding their industries while exploiting the land's resources and the people's workforce for their own benefit. So of course, people were pissed. And what they had some initial successes at the time, but the rebellion was basically stamped out by the British very harshly. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people were tortured and assaulted
Mm-hmm.
and killed. And of course, Britain responds to all of this by basically being disappointed with India. Um, I think one of my world history books that I had read basically put it like a parent being disappointed with like their adopted kid.
Mm-hmm.
Like how dare you act this way when after me abusing you for years and years and
Right.
years.
Right.
um, which that's reflected in like the art in Britain at the time. It's important to recognize like when Britain colonized India, it was not like the Americas or the Pacific. You weren't seeing masses of British coming in and living in India. At most, they would stay there for maybe like 5 years or so, and then they would move on. But like it was more about controlling India as a resource and like its role in trade than like, oh, we need more land for people and more opportunities. Let's all jump ship and go to India. It was not like that. But you know what? All this interactions with Britain and India had really created a lot of rifts in the population, and life there became very very difficult. If you're familiar with like the mass starvations, for example, that had happened under the colonial mismanagement. So I wonder if Perrine's family left because of all of these changes.
Mm-hmm.
Like Marie and Edmund say they get married in Delhi, but then there's this huge battle there during the rebellion that was particularly nasty. So they probably saw all of this going on and were like, we need to get the hell out of here
Mm-hmm.
now. Um, So that's kind of what came to my mind doing research about this. I don't know. What do you think, Albert?
Well, I think that seems like a reasonable guess to me.
Yeah. And you know what? It's like regardless of like why exactly they leave, like it's still kind of like fascinating to look at the world during this time
Yeah.
and kind of like contextualize the characters because again, like the show is grounded in a lot of realism, and you know if you are particularly interested in looking at historical portrayals in media, like I know a lot of people are, then like those are the things that you want to point out
Hmm.
and see if they do it accurately. And I think for the most part they do in this series. So that was definitely a big plus for me.
That's good to hear. Yeah. Okay. I think that's a very good summary of like the general historical background of the series. And yeah, like you said, like major kind of historical events aren't really brought up um,
Mm-hmm.
in the story itself. Um, but you definitely do see kind of echoes of like some of the circumstances going on and such, um, and see how that affects the world. But um, all right, so uh, with that out of the way, I guess we can continue and start looking at some of the most memorable moments from the series. I think.
Oh
What do you?
yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, okay, the first one. All right, so this is one that I think you particularly wanted to highlight. So, do you want to tell us about it?
Yeah, so of course, you know, I'm just starting the series and like we're getting underway going through um the different areas of Europe on their journey. And one of the episodes is episode 6. They focus on um I think like they're in Italy at this point.
I think so. Yep.
Yeah. They make it to Italy, and of course right away I'm wondering like, oh wow, they're really making some ground like during this journey. Like one of the things that I noticed particularly about this series was like, you know, for talking about, oh, we're going, you know, caravanning through Europe, like that's a very like small part of the show. Like again, like within like the first 20, 25 ish episodes
Yeah.
is devoted to that, whereas the rest stays in like that same location once they eventually reach Marrow. Um, so like that's I thought that was particularly interesting, which also meant that like a lot of things that happen are resorted to like maybe 1 or 2 episodes at most to
Mm-hmm.
keep the plot going. And this is really one of the first sort of major obstacles, if you will, that Perrine and Marie face is that this woman that they meet, um, who is in Italy, like she kind of spots Perrine walking around town I think getting some food or bread for their journey to stock up
Mm-hmm.
because like they're constantly going to different motels or like homes when they can to stop the night because that's what you did during this time if you couldn't afford like a hotel. And this woman notices Perrine walking down the street, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, she looks like my daughter Gina, who, as you can see from the screenshot here, you know, she had went missing 6 years ago. Um, it's implied that she had been out playing and like fell off a cliff near the seashore, and she was just never able to find her daughter again.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, is she still alive? I don't know. Kind of one of those things. So of course she sees Perrine, and she's immediately like she's so overwhelmed with her loss that she mistakes Perrine for her daughter. She's like, "Oh my god, that's her. That has to be her." So like she sends like a butler down like to track her and find out where she is. And then like at some point, like the police show up and arrest the two of them, and they take them in. And of course, Perrine and Marie are like, you know, what's going on? Why are we being arrested? And of course, like they're like, oh, we want to investigate like a kidnapping or something like that. And of course, the woman gets involved, and they go through this whole thing in the police station where they're trying to get their story straight. And of course, it's eventually learned like, oh, okay, you know, Perrine is Perrine. She's not Gina. You know, it's not the same person. Um, but like it took a lot of convincing
Yep.
because the mom was just so sure, like, oh, like this woman like took her when she was young and changed her name and like brainwashed her, and that's why she doesn't remember me.
Right.
So there are several moments up to that point where they go to the station where like she's going up to Perrine, being like, "You're my daughter," and Perrine's like, "What? No, I've never seen you before in my life."
You're right.
Um, and like I was honestly worried because I mean, again, I'm going into this completely blank.
Mm.
I thought we were going to deal with like several episodes where this woman like just kidnapped Perrine and she's stuck there and they have to go in and get her out and there's a
Right.
whole thing. But no, like they actually cover it all fairly neatly. The charges are dropped and the police let them go, and they're able to explain the situations to each other. And eventually, the woman realizes, like, oh, okay, like yeah, you're definitely not Gina, but my goodness, do you look like her? Um, and so they kind of part ways. And it's very very sad because this woman is clearly still grieving, and like Perrine can sense that, and so like in her sort of mature like I understand emotions of adults way, um, she decides to kind of help her out by like giving her a picture of herself
Mm-hmm.
before they leave that Italian town. So that way the woman can at least have a little bit of memory of this situation and maybe have some like solace in knowing that there's this is Gina is in some way still here
Mm-hmm.
and she's doing this fine. Um, and I don't know, I thought that was particularly sweet and they handle it I think fairly maturely. Because like I mean yeah it's a rough situation if
Mm-hmm.
I mean obviously like I can't say I've experienced anything like this, but if you lose someone you care about, like your own child, like yeah, that's incredibly devastating, and you would do anything to kind of bring things back to normal.
Mm-hmm.
And for this woman that was mistaking Perrine for her daughter, and just sticking with that story because it made her feel good. Like,
Right.
oh my god, like 6 years of torture is over, and I can finally move on. But it's like, no,
Mm-hmm.
not exactly. Um, but like Perrine's able to give her some like nice words, and they never really address what happens to her after
Yep.
the fact.
Mm-hmm.
Like, like many characters in the show, like we see her and then that's it for the rest of the series. So it's very much left open ended whether this woman finds her daughter or not.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I like to think that she does, but
Mm-hmm.
that's just me. A bit
Mm-hmm.
of an optimist here. Yeah, like, those are kind of like my thoughts for this particular episode. This was like one of the first ones that really stuck out to me.
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
Yeah, it's definitely a quite a memorable story. In fact, when I was talking with my sister about the show, this was actually one of the episodes that she brought up as well, and she hasn't been rewatching the show, unlike me. So that was like recalled from our childhood, and yeah, she remembered this one pretty well. Um, and something else that sort of stood out to me in this episode was how it shows like the pretty strong continuity in the series because the photo that Perrine gives to this woman is a photo that was taken back in the first episode, and we see Perrine and her mother taking that photo. Um, so then it comes back and is sort of becomes a plot point here. It's a yeah, it's things like that that you don't necessarily expect to like be brought up again in this rather kind of slice of life sort of laid back show. But they stay on top of the continuity pretty well.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. I mean, nowadays, like what I look for in like series like this is continuity.
Mm-hmm.
I am so sick to death of the sitcom format where characters go through development for like one episode and it's back to square one the next one.
Right, right.
It's like again, like I have no reason to care about them if they're not growing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, that's always been a big frustration of me. So like to see that here, I've definitely a huge plus on the series part. So again, it feels more real. It adds to the realism. Like, oh,
Right.
these are human beings who go through their struggles, and like we remember to keep up with those over time. It's not just like, oh, we need the lesson for the day, and okay, move on. It's like
Mm-hmm.
no, like, that they go back to a lot of things, and yeah, I definitely appreciate that.
Right. Okay, then. Let's go on to the next slide in that case. As you pretty much just mentioned, most of the other characters that the protagonists encounter on their journey only show up for one or maybe at most two episodes at most. And then, they kind of have some sort of interaction or adventure together, but then they move on. However, there is one particular character from this first part of the show who sticks around for quite a while, and that's this little boy here, Marcel, who they run into while on their journey. So when they run into him, he's traveling alone, and they later learn that he has run away from his aunt's house, I believe. So his parents apparently left him with his aunt so he could go to school, but he didn't really like the sound of that, so he decided to run away. um, but when they run into him, he's kind of struggling to make it out there on his own. He's resorting to trying to steal food from bakeries and such, and Perrine doesn't like that. um, but you know, eventually when they first encounter him, it's like a sort of fleeting kind of meeting before Marcel runs away. Um, but later on, as they're continuing on their journey, they run into him in the road, and so they kind of get his story. And Marie is like, "Well, you're just a kid, I can't just leave you out here alone," and invites him to come and travel with them for a bit. And it turns out that Marcel's parents run a traveling circus who have a pretty set route that they travel through Europe. And so Marcel has some ideas about which towns or cities they might be in, and so helps point them in the right direction on that front. And so, yeah, they decide to help Marcel catch up with his parents, and along the way, he just kind of accompanies them throughout their travels. Uh, and I think, like, the relationship he develops with Perrine and her family is really nice. It turns out that he ends up being, like, very sincerely, very genuinely grateful for their help, and he really does like everything he possibly can to help them out. Um, and he ends up hitting it off very well with Perrine and also with Baron as well, because since he grew up in a circus, he knows a thing or two about training animals, and so he decides to try and teach Baron some tricks, which takes some work, but eventually he does succeed. Yeah, so I thought he was a really fun character, and I definitely appreciated his kind of his presence as a sort of supportive friend to Perrine, because um, like I remember him being in the show from when I watched it when I was little, but like I sort of just remembered him. Oh yeah, there was that kid who kind of tagged along for a few episodes. But rewatching it again, I felt, oh wow, he's a really good friend. You know I appreciated his character a lot more. What did you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the relationship with Marcel and Perrine is so special to me. Because like it would have been very easy for them to have Marcel be like the ungrateful little boy
Yep.
who is just all about mischief and could care less about Perrine. Ew, you're a girl.
Right. Right.
That sort of thing.
Yeah.
But no, like it is a very genuine relationship, and like he cares about Perrine for her, and like he cares about their situation because he's been there. He's traveled around, so like there's a bit of solidarity there.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so like yeah, he was just a delight to see around. Also had me chuckling a little bit because I have an uncle named Marcel
Mm-hmm.
who lives in Hawaii. So like when this character shows up, like, oh, I'm Marcel, and it's like, oh my gosh.
That's funny.
They don't look the same though, that's for
Right.
sure. That would be really funny. I could take a picture like, hey, look, I found your doppelganger.
Right. Right.
Um,
Right.
but no, like I definitely appreciated his presence there, and it's especially nice that he has such a good impression on the family that he almost like doesn't want to leave them,
Yeah.
like, to an extent. Like yeah, he wants to go back to the circus to see his folks,
Mm-hmm.
but like any chance he would get, like when they eventually do bring him back to the circus, like one of the first things he does is like go right straight back to them,
Mm-hmm.
being like, I still want to hang out,
Right.
or like come over and see the circus and spend more time with me.
Right. Right.
It's just like, oh, that's so sweet. Like just the bond is really special, and like he was a big help in the show, and I think it was also funny like seeing him in Baron,
Mm-hmm.
because like that was a recurring joke for a while during
Yep.
like his first time there.
Yep.
Because like they do meet up with him again. Like we'll explain specifically, but when they do meet up again, like they continue on with like the same plot threads from
Right.
like his first episode. It's like he's struggling to train Baron, because Baron is kind of stubborn, as we explained.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but eventually like succeeds. And like throughout the show, like Baron remembers the tricks and does them on his own.
Yeah.
Like by the time like they meet with Marcel again later on, like Baron is immediately there on his legs, and Marcel's like, "Oh my god, you
Yeah,
remember?
right.
Like you're such a good dog." And I love it. Just their whole dynamic is really great, and it's definitely like a highlight of the show for me.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. So yeah, that's definitely a pretty memorable kind of story arc from this first batch of episodes. That's for sure. Um, and in fact, one particular kind of set of encounters that happens while Marcel is traveling with them is that the family runs into these rival photographers. uh, yeah, do you want to explain the storyline or?
Yeah. So I think this is now. This is they're still in Italy. I think
Yes, yeah.
at the time. And they're on their travels as they do, and they come across this second caravan with these two photographers. Don't ask me their names; I forget.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
remember.
um, they show up for like just 2 episodes anyway. Um, but like right away, they catch wind that this this other caravan is they're also photographers. But like, wait a minute, we're photographers and we're trying to get business too because times are hard. And so like the rivalry immediately kicks up where it's like, oh well, we want to make sure we get to these towns before they do. Um, and like they have a couple initial encounters along the way. Like well, like the first encounter, of course, like it's like them, you know, getting in contact with Perrine and Marie and being like, oh, who are you guys? Like, what's going on here?
Hmm.
And like Perrine and the mom explain like, oh, you know, we're traveling to France and we need money to support our trip, so we're taking pictures that every time we go. Oh, but you know, we're also taking pictures everywhere we go, and you know that's not going to be good for our business. And so like they, you know, rather than being mature about it, like they resort immediately to being very mean and
Yeah,
rude to Perrine and Marie. Like as you can see here, like they go the sexist route. You know, like women
right.
can't be photographers, and it's just being jerks.
You're right.
And it is kind of one of those funny things as the show or as these 2 episodes go on, where when you first meet them, you don't feel sympathy for them.
Hmm.
You know, like they're assholes. They only care about themselves, and like that's the impression that you get, right? So of course, Perrine is quick to counter them in any way that she can. Like she berates them, she tells them that they're jerks. Um, at one point, they make it to a town where they both set up shop. In fact, Perrine and Marie, I think, get there first,
Hmm.
and then the photographers come in, and of course they've already had a big crowd around them. So the other photographers are like, wait a minute, you know, don't forget about us. You know, if you want the best
You're
pictures,
right.
you know, come to us. And so they show like a sample photo because the guy in the top hat is the photographer,
Mm.
and then the scarf guy is like his friend who helps out.
Mm.
Um, and so like the scarf guy shows the photograph to everyone, and they're like, "Oh wow!" Perrine is like right there, and she's like, "Okay, you know, I've seen a lot of photographs in my day, and this is not a good photograph. You know, like
Right.
blurry." And he's like pointing out all the flaws, and like this is a sorry excuse for a photo, and like the two gentlemen are visibly upset by this and embarrassed because the crowd, you know, turns on them and they stick with Perrine and Marie.
Right.
And of course, Marie picks up on Perrine's encounters with the photographers, and she doesn't really like what she sees.
Hmm.
Um, in fact, if we could go to the next slide,
Yeah.
we have more photos from these 2 episodes. Um, at one night, Marie actually confronts Perrine and is basically like, listen, you know, I understand how tough this can be, but you know, your behavior is very excessive. You know, I don't appreciate how you were, you know, you I think malicious. Like she basically says like you were being very malicious
Right.
to these rival photographers. And of course, Perrine is like, what are you talking about? They were the malicious ones. They were the ones who started all of this.
Right.
Um, to which she replies, yeah, but like if you counter that with the same thing, like you're basically lowering yourself to their level, and then you're acting no better than they are. Um, and so Marie kind of tries to put Perrine in the shoes of the photographers. Like they probably didn't mean to be mean. They are just very nervous, and they're worried about their livelihood, and they probably just got scared and a little bit embarrassed, and like uh, they're trying to defend themselves, not in a particularly mature way, but just in any way that they can to
Mm-hmm.
ensure that their livelihood remains secure. Because up to that point, like they were doing fairly okay, and like but any little cent counts,
Right.
especially if you're going through like small towns here and there where there's not a lot of money to go around anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So Perrine kind of is like, yeah, I see what you're saying, and she kind of like takes the message very clearly. Again, another wonderful example of like having a heart to heart. You know, Marie could have very easily been like, Perrine, I'm very upset with you, and I'm going to punish you, and like no, like they
Right.
talk it out, and they actually come to understand the situation a lot better,
Yeah.
which I appreciate. So it's eventually revealed, I think by the second episode, that having kept in constant contact with Perrine and Marie, the rival photographers are like, okay, we gotta eliminate the competition. Let's steal
Mm-hmm.
their camera in
Right.
the middle of the night while they're sleeping. And so they go to do that without Perrine and Marie knowing. But I think like at some point like Marcel figures it out.
Yeah,
If I
he gets wind
remember.
of it and he alerts the innkeeper, I think. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So like when they get to the inn where they're staying, and they're getting ready to go inside. No, like they get inside the cart. Like Marcel is there to be like, hey, like they're breaking into
Right.
the caravan, and
Yeah.
everybody's coming out. The innkeeper, the big crowd shows up.
Yeah.
I think the police show up too, and of course it's like, oh shit, we've been captured. What are we gonna do?
Right.
Um, and you know what? Rather than Perrine and Marie coming up and being like, yeah, serves you right for being jerks. This is what you get. Marie does something very unexpected. She basically treats it all as a big misunderstanding.
Mm-hmm.
Like she tries to like tell the innkeeper and the police like, oh, I meant to talk with them tonight because I guess we wanted to discuss photography or something like that. Like
Right.
they
Right.
wanted to go over some like a merger or something. I forget the specifics, but like this works, and everyone's like, okay, so they're not like breaking into your caravan. Like no, they must have thought that we were in here because we've
Right.
been traveling for so long, but oh, I was actually in the inn the whole time. Isn't that right, boys? And of course they're on the ground like yeah, we're not thieves. um and so like the crowd disperses, and they believe the story. Of course
Right.
Perrine and Marcel are there to see all of this, and it makes a big impression on them.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's one of those things where sometimes you can teach a lesson. Like it's one thing to like go through a hardship and learn a lesson, and it's another thing to be narrowly avoid a hardship
Right.
and like be forgiven, like in a sense,
Yeah.
and like it still hurts a lot more, and you feel like even more guilty, and like you definitely want to remember to learn the lesson afterward. Like it's worse to not get caught than to get caught.
Right.
um and that was an interesting touch. And of course the rival photographers realize like what's up, and they're like, listen, like she's given us mercy. We realize we've been jerks, and so like instead of like apologizing directly,
Mm-hmm.
they were like, hey, listen, I know you guys are traveling. How about we go a different route, and we'll avoid some of the bigger towns, so that way you guys can go and make the money you need to support yourselves. And of course Marie's like, oh, that would be wonderful. And so like they part ways, and it's all very friendly, and
Mm-hmm.
there's like an understanding there. um, and then Perrine learns like the value of her mom's lesson, which becomes like a crucial theme
Yep.
throughout the show, where if you want to have kindness bestowed to you, you kind of have to put in the effort to put kindness out first
Mm-hmm.
in order for that to happen. um, which I thought was an interesting lesson.
Mm-hmm.
I guess like my immediate thoughts, because I've often read a little bit about like the sort of psychology behind this, the sociology.
Mm-hmm.
um, and there is of course a bit of a double-edged sword to that
Right.
to an extent. I have seen the complaint, and I do think it's fairly justified that if you're on the receiving end of bullying, or prejudice or what have you, like it is kind of unfair that you're always expected to be the bigger person, confront that and deal with it and not resort to, I guess, more basic emotions or more
Hmm.
blatant emotions, if you like, when confronting it. You have to be civil, right? That
Right.
um, whereas like the opposite party is clearly not being so. I mean, as we've seen, like when we meet these photographers, like they immediately go for the throat of these ladies, and they're acting in a very poor manner with them. Um, but on the other hand, like I think it's safe to say that like it tends to work a little bit more if the receiving end tries to play a more empathetic card, if you
Hmm.
will. Um, because like there is some evidence that this does work to an extent,
Hmm.
especially if like your opposite party um, has such a larger strong stranglehold um, on things like prejudices to the minority groups. Um, like I mean, what comes to mind to me? I remember reading this a while ago, and I forget the specifics, but there's a woman on Twitter who received some very racist comments to her
Hmm.
from some random user. And rather than blocking this user, as is pretty easy to do and certainly okay to do, she decided to like go into Messenger
Hmm.
and talk with them. Like, hey, what's going on? Why did you say that to me? Just being very very honest about it. And she's eventually able to pry like, oh, this was like a 13-year-old boy who was just having a wild time on Twitter, didn't really know what he was talking about, and was going through a lot. And she was able to kind of like connect with him and make him realize like, listen, like I know you're going through a lot, but this is not the right way to do that. And you know how would you feel if you knew, or like how would your mother feel if you knew, if she knew that you were doing this, like immediately go for like the empathy there. And eventually she was able to kind of turn him around, and he very honestly apologized to her. Um, and and it all kind of worked out in the end.
Hmm. Hmm.
Now, I'm not saying that that's going to happen every time
Right.
you find somebody on Twitter. Things are a little bit more complex than that. But I think it kind of goes to show, like in relation to this episode, like sometimes like that is the best way to go about things. Because at the end of the day, like folks tend to want the same things. They want security, they want stability. And so rather than like going against each other, they find solidarity. Because
Hmm.
again, like these are traveling photographers who really need cash to support their livelihoods. And so are, Marie and Perrine. And so rather than just be villains to each other, they connected in a sense, and were able to find some good solidarity.
Hmm. Hmm.
And yeah, I really was struck by this episode. I think like as far as like the early half of the series, um, this was one of the ones that really stuck to me the
Right.
most.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the ones I remembered best from my childhood. I definitely remember a whole subplot where they were trying to steal the camera, and the way that Marie kind of diffuses the situation. Yeah, that definitely very memorable for sure. And it's certainly a very important lesson that kind of Perrine continues to follow throughout the rest of the series. So, yeah, it's in that sense quite a notable and important set of episodes. Um, Now, something I had not remembered while I was watching this was just how sassy Perrine was towards the rival photographers. In the episode. It was, yeah, I was kind of surprised to see that because in my memories, like she was basically nice all the time, and she usually is. But yeah, that moment was like, yeah, she can fires off some zingers when she feels like it.
Oh yeah, and have a big grin while doing it.
You're right.
I
Yeah.
definitely thought that was hilarious to me.
Right. Yeah. But in any case, let's continue onwards then. And yeah, okay. So eventually, after a lot of traveling, they drop up Marcel with his family, and then continue onwards through on the way to France. So in between, a number of other things happen. But we can kind of briefly summarize them. Like they cross over the Alps, and unfortunately, Marie Marie's health starts to decline. So it actually is established like very early in the series, like even from the very first episode, that she's in poor health and is kind of frail. A lot of times she has to kind of spend resting in the caravan.
Mm.
But yeah, like her illness gets worse after they cross the Alps because that was a very arduous part of their journey. And so eventually they do reach Paris, but at this point, kind of Perrine is very concerned and worried about the state of Marie, especially since Marie is so sick that they can't really continue working um, anymore, like as photographers, and so they're kind of strapped for cash as well. Um, so they reach Paris, and quite a number of things happen in Paris. Um, so one is a happy occasion, is that Perrine reunites with Marcel again because, as it happens, the traveling circus that Marcel's parents run have also just arrived in Paris. Um, and so that was nice. And yeah, I think it's good that that they wrote Marcel into this part of the story, because as we shall see, I think Perrine really needed that friendship and emotional support during this part of the story. Um, and I might add also that this part is technically, I believe, where the novel actually begins. So, like, everything before this is sort of like original material that the kind of Japanese production company came up with. Um, and so I believe like Marcel is mostly an original character too. That he wasn't really a major player in the original novel. Um,
Mm.
but yeah, so I'm glad that they inserted him into this section of the story. Um, and in any case, yeah, she meets up with Marcel again, and Marcel tells her that uh, well, there's a place to stay in the city, and that is the inn run by the old man at the gates. Apparently, he only goes by that title. I don't think we ever learned like an actual proper
Yeah.
name for him. Um, but yeah, so he's like, yeah, there's this place run by the old man at the gates. It's a little run down, but it should be safe, and you guys can stay there,
And it's cheap.
and it's cheap. Yeah, and that's right, and it's cheap. And so, yeah, Perrine goes and finds the old man at the gate, who is the old man pictured in the center photo here, um, and makes arrangements to stay at the inn he's running. And kind of immediately, the old man kind of comes off as being, pretty greedy because he wants to charge him for pretty much everything. He's like, okay, so you're gonna have to pay for your caravan, you're gonna have to pay for your donkey, you're gonna have to pay for your dog too, and it's like, yeah. Um, so, uh, yeah, they end up having to spend a fair bit of money there, but presumably still less than they would have at a different inn. Um, but yeah, unfortunately, as they continue to stay there and try to wait for Marie to get better, they also have to kind of pay off a doctor to come and see her every day, and also prepare medication for her, and all those costs kind of add up really quickly. And they're like, what should we do? Like, we can't work as photographers anymore, so they end up having to sell most of their things, and they end up selling their caravan and their camera to the old man, I believe. And furthermore, they end up having to sell their donkey, Policari. Um, and so that's what's kind of pictured in the rightmost image here. They end up selling Policari to this lady named Rukuri. Um, Unfortunately, they don't get a whole lot of money for it because Rukuri is not willing to pay that much. And in addition, Policari, when he kind of senses that, oh, uh, they're about to get rid of him, he kind of refuses to like actually enter the market where the horses and donkeys are being sold, and he just is as stubborn as a mule, as they say, um, and just refuses to get in there. So in the end, like Rukuri is the only kind of prospective buyer, and they end up selling him away for not that much cash. So yeah, things are kind of looking pretty bleak at the moment. Do you have anything to add to this section of the story arc?
I'll just add that um, Perrine is only able to sell Pelicare to Rokuri because Rokuri is an old friend of the old man at the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like he kind of accompanies Perrine to the market, and he sees her face in the crowd, and he's like, "Oh, I recognize this lady
Right.
anywhere." And he tries to actually strike up a fair bargain for
Right.
Perrine. Because one thing that really struck me about this particular arc,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like you said, like like she meets the old man, and there's really not particularly any reason why we should like this character because he's kind of greedy and he's a little selfish, um, and he's very like, um, yeah, he's very rude too. Like
Right.
he has like a whole bunch of like little puppies that he watches over,
Mm-hmm.
and of course it's like, oh my god, puppies, and you want to play with them, and Baron wants to go hang out with the puppies, but he's like, don't touch the puppies, and make sure Baron doesn't eat the puppies' food because then I'll charge you
Right.
for that too.
Yeah. Right.
Um,
Right.
and it's like, geez, man, it's like lighten up. Um, but over time, he gets to know Perrine
Mm-hmm.
and Marie,
Yeah.
and like Perrine kind of has an effect on him, where like the more he gets to know Perrine and sees her struggles, especially since Marie gets very sick,
Mm-hmm.
like the more it almost like kind of changes his persona to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
It uplifts his heart a bit.
Right.
And so like when he's going with Perrine to the market, like he's still acting like kind of a jerk, but he really wants to make sure Perrine is off to a good start
Mm-hmm.
with the rest of her travels. Like he wants, like when Rokuri's like, yeah, I'm not paying more than such and such
Right.
for helicare. He's like, are you insane? Um, and he kind of gets upset and like, he tries to look around, but then by that point, helicare is running all over the place. He doesn't want to get sold.
Right.
That everyone sees him. They're like, I ain't buying this donkey that's causing a ruckus, and
Right. Right.
I don't want anything to do with that. And so like they're kind of stuck with Rokuri.
Mm-hmm.
But thankfully, Rokuri is a bit of a sweetheart too.
Mm-hmm.
She Perrine is comfortable knowing that she won't like abuse Pelicare or make him work too hard.
Yeah.
And even like Perrine is like, he only eats like fresh hay, or like no, he only eats clean water, and he likes the best hay. And Roku's like, I will almost certainly do that.
Right.
I
Right.
will make sure he is well cared for. So there is that at least. Um, and yeah, like that's when for me, that's when things started getting very rough
Yeah.
because as we had explained, Pelicare and Perrine have like a particular bond. Like they're really receptive to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you have to sell one of your friends, one of your best friends, as Perrine has described Pelicare,
Yeah.
it's rough, and she doesn't want to go, and Pelicare doesn't want her to go.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very much the go on, get out of here kind of thing with
Right.
animal movies. That is
Yeah.
just it's rough. It's
Yeah.
very rough.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's really all I have to add about that particular moment.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, things aren't going so well in this part of the story, but I think it's kind of what's coming next is the biggest sort of emotional punch that the story really gives you up to this point. Um,
Mm.
so, as you might predict from how the story has been going so far and how we've been describing it, well, as we see on the next slide, things don't get better for Marie, and eventually she passes away from her illness. Um, and yeah, wow, this episode, uh, like, my goodness, like when I was getting this screenshot, like I was like, okay, I don't want to linger on this episode more than necessary. I'm just gonna go in and out and grab it, and I'm not even gonna listen to the audio or anything because I know it's gonna be so hard to get through. But yeah, even just watching the visuals, it was just, oh my goodness,
Mm.
it was very difficult. um, yeah, so I definitely remember this part from my childhood. Is that this is definitely like the sort of like Mufasa moment. It's that kind of stays with you. It's like the kind of defining sad moment of the show, though it's not the only one. um, but yeah, what what did you think when you got to this part?
Oh yeah, it was very sad. I think that's a very apt description of Mufasa moment. Because so like when the show begins, like Edmund had just died, her
Right.
father, and while Marie is clearly devastated by it, and Perrine is sad too.
Hmm.
I think she's at that point. She was at that point where like she wasn't going to let that get to her
Right,
too
right.
much. Like she'd be able to miss him, but like like there's things I got to do. I gotta continue on and move
Hmm.
on, and keep his memory alive at the very least.
Right.
Um, and it's like she's able to like help her mom, like as far as like the emotional reaction, like Perrine is helping out her mom more than her mom has helping Perrine,
Hmm. Yeah.
which again just kind of is like a play on this maturity where if a kid loses their parent, like typically like that would be incredibly rough and it would be
Hmm.
very heartbreaking, and so the kid would have to be more, I guess, more handled while the adults kind of silently go through their suffering.
Right.
um, but here it's the complete opposite.
Hmm.
Like Perrine is clearly saddened by this, but like several times the mom's like, "Oh, let's just this. I can't go on and
Right.
continue the journey. Let's wait a little longer so I can recover some more." Perrine's like, "No, we got to keep going. This is what he would want," and they do that. But then here, where because again, we don't see Edmund die.
Yeah.
Like it opens up with her getting like the picture of her getting the flowers. They're getting the flowers for his grave
Right.
that they're going to go visit in Bosnia before they get out of there. Um, and so like we don't get like that scene.
Hmm.
But here it's like completely like out in the air.
Yeah.
Like Marie's in the bed and she's feeling like increasingly weak, and she just up and tells Preen like, "Listen, Preen, I'm not gonna. You're going to Maricor on your own,
Right.
and I'm dying. I can't do this anymore." Um, and it's oh yeah, it's oh my god, it's rough, and but there is like that moment where like she's just about to die,
Hmm.
where she gives like the final like it's typical of things like this, those famous last words to you know um it's how do I describe it? It's like the parting words to help you
Right.
on your journey.
Right.
It's
Right.
like when you're watching Moana and the grandmother dies. It's
Hmm.
like, go find Maui, and then she turns
Right.
into the big manta ray.
Right.
It's like, okay, you have your parting words. It's basically like this here, where it's just kind of reiterates, Preen, you have to, always remember to like, be kind, and if you if you give kindness, like you'll receive kindness in return, and people will appreciate, you for you,
Hmm.
and how sweet you can be, and yeah, like that's it's like definitely like big parting words to go on, and of course, Perrine is absolutely devastated. It's like this is the reaction that we don't see with Edmund,
Hmm.
but like here, like she's just it's rough. Like she herself, like they're going to the funeral, and she's fainting because her head hurts, and like she's just having trouble processing things
Yeah.
and just having a really bad time. But thankfully, she has a great support system
Hmm.
because up to this point, they had been in Paris enough that the old man at the gates, and there are other characters too. Like we should probably mention, like
Hmm.
there's an old woman who lives there as well.
Yep. Mm.
That she's like an old friend of the old man. I forget what she does, but then there's like a candy store owner who never
Right.
pays his rent.
Right.
He's kind of a funny character, and there are others there who live in this little area.
Hmm.
So like they all, and of course like Marcel is there
Yep.
because he's
Mm.
also in Paris, and he
Yep.
he visits all the time when he's not doing the circus thing.
Yep. Mm.
And so like they're all there for her, and they're all just as upset by this loss as Perrine is.
Yeah. Mm.
And so like they're all able to grieve together and kind of like stick together through this and just kind of give her the support that she needs.
Hmm. Mm.
Um, yeah, like it was definitely like this is definitely a rough part for me. I will admit, like it is a sad scene. This is probably not like the most
Right.
difficult scene in the series
Hmm.
for me personally. As you
Yeah.
said, like you have ones later on that were like um, the most impactful for you, if
Yeah.
I'm correct in saying so.
Right. Right.
But no, this is definitely up there.
Oh yeah.
Especially as blatantly as they portray it. Um, but yeah, like this is definitely like this is like the like one of the defining moments in the show where
Yeah.
the plot changes and
Yes.
we get into the second half, or perhaps yeah, like the second half of the series, or at the very least like the like the middle act.
Right. Right.
Like there's a very short middle act which we'll get to, before we eventually make it to Marcourt.
Hmm.
But yeah, like this is definitely like one of the big defining moments here.
Right, right. Yeah. So yeah, a few things I'll add to that. So one is that when I mentioned that I'm glad they put Marcel in this part of the story. Yeah, that this is one of the reasons why. It's like yeah, because Perrine really needed a good emotional support network at this point for obvious reasons. And yeah, I'm glad Marcel was kind of there to share in the
Mm.
grief with her. And he actually takes Marie's death pretty hard too, because of course he's really grateful to Marie for helping him um, reunite with his family and all that. And I think it was pretty notable that Marcel actually realizes that Marie is about to die before Perrine does, because he overhears the doctor talking about it. Basically, yeah, the doctor was like telling some of the other people living at the inn, like the old man, like, oh well, I don't want to tell Perrine and her mother directly, but her mother's probably not going to make it, basically. Um, yeah, so that was definitely a sad scene as well.
And
Um,
they don't explain what it is
no,
either, right?
right, right. Yeah, they don't directly name any kind of specific illness. Yeah, it's just it's a very bad illness and people can die from it, evidently. um, and I guess something else I'll mention is that so we mentioned that the book pretty much starts like shortly before this point, really. And I've actually seen people like in the comments section on some of these videos say things like, "Oh well, because the first 20 or so episodes weren't in the book, you should just skip to like episode 20 or whatever and start watching there because that's where the quote unquote real story starts and such." And but I'm like,
Mm.
maybe I'm biased because I grew up watching the whole series, but like I feel like the original material they came up with for the first part of the series was pretty good, and I feel like it really established the characters very well and allowed you to get to know them, and such that when a moment like this comes along, it hits even harder than it otherwise would have. Um, like I know like growing up, I usually preferred it when adaptations of books I'd read stuck reasonably close to the source material, but I think even so, I can appreciate what they did here, and I personally would recommend like watching this series like taken on its own and not considering it as an adaptation like all the way from the beginning. Um, and yeah, I think that gives it the most impact. Um, would you agree?
I would think so. I'm definitely of the opinion, as like a small aside,
Hmm.
that I don't think it has to be your duty to read all the classics in
Right,
literature. Like, oh, you haven't lived until you've read Shakespeare's plays, or the Bronte sisters, or Oliver Twist. It's like yeah, like those are touchstones of our of the Western culture, certainly. And, like they're so well known that you can reference them, and even if you've never read the books, like, oh, they're doing this story. Um, but like I don't think that's like really a great necessity.
mm.
And so like yeah, I hear those commenters. I didn't know about this. Like yeah, you could do that, but like why would you want to? I mean, like you the emotional turmoil of the scene would be completely lessened
Right,
um, if you just started it here,
right.
because like if you open the show like this, like okay, I have no reason to care about this woman. I mean, she's your mom, she dies, that's sad, but I don't know that person.
Right, right.
It's like in Disney films when like when the mom is dead,
Mm,
or it's just the king, right, or the father and the daughter. It's like you have no reason to care about the mom
mm.
because she doesn't really factor much into the story.
Right,
Um, it's like when they did I hate talking about these. When they did the live action remake
oh,
for
right.
Beauty and the Beast, and they had to stop the movie to do this whole song about, oh, what happened to her mom? Oh, she
Mm.
died in the plague. Like, who cares? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's sad, but like I don't know this woman, and like that did not need to be there.
Right, right.
It's not like Belle was, it's not like her character depended on her needing to know who her mom was and
Mm.
what had happened to her. Because in the original film, that was neither here nor there. Like they don't even really bring it up at
Yeah.
all. And so yeah, like I mean, by spending time with Marie and getting to know her story and her relationship with Perrine, which again is one of my favorite things about the show,
Yeah. Mm,
it makes this a lot more special and a lot
mm.
more meaningful. And yeah, like watch it from the beginning. Like don't do that. Don't start at like episode 17 and
Right.
take our word for it. Don't do that.
Yeah, really. I definitely agree there. And one final thing I'll bring up before we move on is that it turns out that Marie's parting words are going to be very important because, in addition, right before she, passes away, she also reveals something pretty big about Perrine's grandfather, doesn't she?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so like throughout the journey, like Perrine has been, wondering, what kind of person is her grandfather like? What does he look like and such? And sometimes she goes off and speculates a little bit. And throughout all this, Marie has been kind of cryptic about all this. Now she hasn't met the grandfather yet either, but that's for a good reason, as we shall see. Um, uh, yeah, it turns out that Perrine's father and her grandfather did not exactly part ways on good terms. Um, yeah, Perrine's grandfather kind of opposed her father's marriage to Marie in India, yeah, and isn't really happy about that. So Marie warns Perrine before she passes away that when you get to Maricourt and meet up with your grandfather, don't expect him to like warmly welcome you because if he knows who you are, then he might not treat you, you know, kindly. But that's where the parting words comes in. But if you treat others kindly, and they will learn to love you for you, and I'm sure you will find a way to like connect with him and all of that. Um,
Mhm.
and so yeah, so it's kind of with that in mind that Perrine continues on her journey. Um, but we do have one more slide left for the Paris arc, and this is kind of the aftermath of the funeral for Marie, which again, like all the people who have known Perrine in Paris kind of attend alongside her. So the old man is there, the other people living at the inn are there, Marcel is there, um, and so they all have some parting words for her as well. Do you want to explain this part?
Yeah. It's just really great character development
Mm-hmm.
in general. So like again, I mentioned we meet the old man at the gate, and you don't have a reason to care about him because he's kind of a jerk. And like his relationship with Perrine is off to a poor start because he's just the greedy innkeeper and such. But then like over time, like he warms up to Perrine and Marie as he gets to know them better. And like the loss of Marie is particularly rough.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but because like they've all lived together for such for a long enough period of time where like they're all like basically roommates with each other,
Right.
and it's like a found family almost. And so uh what really struck me was like when the funeral had ended and like it starts to rain, they're all under this bridge,
Yep.
um, and they're all kind of like taking stock and okay, what happens next, right?
Right.
Like like Perine's like, oh, I guess I gotta go to France on my own
Mm-hmm.
with Baron, um, and the old man at the gate cares about Perrine now very much,
Mm-hmm.
to the point where like him and everybody else in the inn are like, listen, you don't have to leave right away, especially now that it's raining. Like, listen, you can stay at the inn, and as you can see here from the screenshot, I
Mm-hmm.
won't even charge you. Like you can stay with me, and you can have a good life. And even the old woman's like, listen, you could, if things don't work out in Maricourt, come back here and see me, and
Right.
I'll
Right.
help you, and I'll get you a job, and things will be good.
Yeah.
And so it's just like the whole journey from these strangers who, you know, would normally not have anything to do with somebody like Perrine,
Mm-hmm.
all the way to where like they care about her like she's their own daughter,
Right.
and like they have this sort of found family here, and with like sort of solidarity and like knowing Marie and being impacted by them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, like I loved that so much,
Mm-hmm.
and it was just so sweet to see this, like especially the turn with the old man,
Right.
where it's like, yeah, Perrine, despite his greediness and his other unsavory traits,
Hmm.
like she showed him kindness, and he turned around and realized, oh, I was being a jerk.
Right.
I she doesn't deserve that kind of treatment, and so he basically becomes like well, I don't know if I'd say father figure to her, but like definitely like a an important guardian, a
Right.
friend,
Right.
who would have her back for anything.
Hmm.
Especially as we see, like when she had to sell Pelicare, he
Right.
was doing everything he could to make sure like she got off fairly well with that.
Hmm.
So that was just really nice to see. And of course, in the end, Perrine does decide to go to Paris. Decides to go to Tamara Court
Yeah.
anyway. Not before some like parting words. Yeah, as you can see here, the old woman gives her a hat
Hmm.
to remember her by. Keep her shady in the sun,
Yeah. Mm.
and they all send her best wishes. And she's able to go with Marcel to the train station
Yeah.
and smuggle Baron aboard in a very, very like intense scene, which I just did not need at that moment. Where like, of course, no dogs allowed on the train,
Right.
but Baron and his family, and like they're trying to like throw him through the window
Right.
with Perrine so he can get there. And the friggin' like train guy,
Yeah.
the conductor, was there like looking around
Yeah.
at them, and I remember I would like yell at the screen like go away. Like, it just got me all emotional
Right.
seeing this. But thankfully, like they get on the train and they leave,
Mm.
and it's all good. And Marcel wishes them well, and she's able to hide Baron the whole time,
Yeah. Mm.
like just barely. Granted, like the ticket guy comes in, like tickets please, and then
Right.
she pushes him in her skirt, but he keeps trying to make noise,
Yeah.
and so they almost get caught. But
Right.
no, it all works out. And
Mm.
so, yeah, so they take the train a little bit of a ways away. They don't go all the way to Marcourt.
Mm.
They like
Yeah.
they go to like the next town, I think, or
Yeah.
the
Something
next
like that.
town over, or something like that.
Yeah. Because she doesn't have enough money left to go the whole way. But yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And yeah, just I mean, to kind of close here, like that whole Paris arc, um, I think is wonderfully done. It's one of my favorite arcs in the
Hmm.
series.
Mm.
Um, I mean, certainly, like it's a very tragic arc too.
Yes. Mm.
And you could say bittersweet maybe because I
Hmm.
mean, yeah, like Perrine has this found family, but she also lost her mom, so
Yep. Mm.
that's kind of, I mean, that's still rough. Um, and as we'll see going forward, like things don't all like things still don't get like better overnight.
Right. Right. Yeah.
If I'm right in saying so.
Yeah, I think you'd be correct, and I would agree with your kind of description of this arc as well. Yeah, I think it's definitely very bittersweet because yeah, for the reasons you mentioned. As the story continues, Perrine continues her journey on her own, well, accompanied by Baron, but um, and then she continues to run into various hardships, unfortunately. So she still has quite a way to go on foot before she can reach Morocco. Um, and along the way, yeah, she runs into some troubles. Um, so probably the first kind of big problem that she runs into is when she's trying to buy bread from this baker who is pictured in the image on the left here. Um, so she asks the baker for some bread and hands over her money, but then suddenly the baker just kind of turns on her and is like yeah, as pictured in the slides, like don't think that you can trick me with this. And Perrine is very confused, um, like what are you talking about? But as the baker continues to kind of yell at her, like she's basically suggesting that the money that she just handed over is fake, and that and she's not even going to return it to Perrine because she's like, oh, I need to keep this for evidence, so I'm going to give it to the police. So you get out of here right now unless you want to get punished. And so yeah, obviously Perrine is hit very hard by that, not only emotionally but also because now she doesn't have any food for the night and she has to go hungry. And of course, she has no money to stay at an inn either, so she ends up sleeping in a melon patch nearby. Um, so as she's really exhausted and just kind of starts sleeping in the patch, she is found by the owners of the melon patch, these two farmers who are pictured in the right. Um, and so when they find her, of course they're initially very surprised, but they soon realize that she's not there to cause any trouble. She's not a thief. She's just poor girl traveling alone. Um, so they kind of hear her out and share their food with her, which was really nice. Um, and of course, she tells them about her encounter with the baker, and they're like, "What? That doesn't make any sense," as pictured here. So they decide to kind of go confront the baker on the next day for her. And when they do that, it turns out that the baker had tricked Perrine basically and stolen her money from her because that money was not really a fake at all. She just wanted to like keep it for herself without doing anything in return. Um, and so the farmers kind of get her to admit that truth in front of Perrine, and coerce her into returning the money. So at least that much ends well for Perrine. But yeah, and that was a pretty tough experience to watch her go through. Um, I also remember this scene from my childhood pretty well. Yeah, that because up until this moment, like Perrine hasn't really encountered like many you know actively malicious people. Like at least most of the like even the rival photographers, for example, as you mentioned, had like pretty understandable motives for their actions. Whereas the baker here is basically just like picking on her and just like sees this vulnerable girl and is like, okay, I'll take her money from her and there's nothing she can do about it. So yeah, this was a tough one to watch too. But at least this episode ends pretty well. So yeah, that was nice to see. I think this one left a pretty big impression on you as well, right?
Oh yeah, like again, like me going in blank. I did not know what to expect.
Mm-hmm.
So like, granted, a lot of my impressions with that particular scene with the baker, I thought that it was a misunderstanding
Right.
or something. Like, oh, so like because Preen would do photography for money with Marie up to that point, um, and I thought, oh, somebody must have given them like a counterfeit coin in
Right.
with their normal change, and it just didn't occur to them that that was the case. So when she gave them the coin, it's like, oh, this was counterfeit. You can't pay with this. That's actually illegal.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought, oh, okay, so this was like, just one of those situations where like, oh, Preen had some bad luck, right?
Right.
Um, but then of course when the watermelon guys go to her and are like asking what happened, and she explains that she tricked them. Well, she tricked her, and like it was regular money all along. She just wanted the money. I was like visibly shocked. Like
Right.
my mouth was open. I was like, oh my god, like I did not see that coming at
Right. Right.
all. Like she was just bad for the sake of being bad.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and like yeah, like up to this point in the series, like you like there's no villains in this.
Mm-hmm.
Like right off the bat, like there's no like evil guy or
Yeah.
somebody who has like, ulterior motives. Um, they're just people.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I'm a firm believer in the observations that most people are pretty decent,
Mm-hmm.
and if people are doing particularly cruel things, it's usually like a lack of empathy,
Right.
or they're in a particularly harsh situation, or it's not an excuse, but like that's just an
Yeah.
explanation.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but like with but like occasionally, like you will come across folks who are just bad, and they do have ulterior motives. And like this woman just out of nowhere decides, I'm going to trick this little girl who's clearly alone,
Right.
and take her money, which she needs to survive. Not that she knows the whole story, but
Sure.
like the juxtaposition is just like, compared to everything else that we had seen, is it was just it was rough for me,
Yeah.
for
Right.
sure. And I am very glad that it had a better ending than it did. Like
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like again, like the solidarity with the watermelon guys, because like even that they tell her like, oh, that baker, oh, she's the worst. Like
Right.
she's always causing trouble in town. Um, and so like they fill her in on that. And so like it's actually really funny. Like in the end, like when they get her to reveal like
Mm-hmm.
her trick with
Yeah.
Perrine, you know, of course she's like visibly upset. She's like, how dare you two gentlemen, embarrass me in this way?
Right.
Um, and even they're like, oh, your bread is probably nasty too. And she's like, get out of here! And like she actually throws the bread, and
Yeah.
it breaks a window.
Right.
So
Right.
it is. It's not even good bread. Um, So I thought that was a hilarious
Mm,
touch. But oh yeah, definitely this was a shocking moment. Definitely one of those edge of your seat, like I was not seeing this coming
right.
kind of things.
Yeah. Indeed. Indeed. But yeah. Um, but like we said, at least she does end up getting her money back, and so she is able to continue on her travels. Um, However, things get pretty hard from there on out because as she does continue and needs to buy more food each day and all that, she does eventually use up like all her money. Um, and there are some other encounters along the way too that require her to part ways with her cash. And yeah, that so you can kind of see her provisions kind of running low. She's basically living on like one loaf of stale bread per day, something like that.
Mm.
And yeah, it's harsh going. Um, and it is also, as they point out in the show, it's at this point in the series, it's like somewhere in the middle of summer or something like that. So during the day, it's extremely hot, and so as Perrine is traveling, like she's just like traveling out in the sun all day, and she can't stay at an inn, so she's like sleeping in the woods and such, and being exposed to the elements, and eventually she falls ill because she's obviously not getting enough to eat. She's like undergoing this really arduous trek for all these past few days, um, and yeah, eventually she comes down with the sickness, um, and she continues to press onward for as far as she can go, but eventually it gets too much for her, and she kind of succumbs to it, and that kind of leads up to this scene on this next slide. Um, which is when she just kind of collapses from illness and hunger, and she kind of drags herself into the woods. And I think the narrator actually specifically says something like she didn't want anyone to see her dead body or something. Which yikes, that gets dark. Like, yeah, so God, like this whole I guess sequence, like it stretched out over like a couple episodes, and so I thought this scene might have been like perhaps the toughest scene for me to watch. Like, definitely it's up there. Um, and this was actually like a part of the story that I didn't remember very well from my childhood. Um, and I think it definitely, hits pretty differently watching it now. Because I think when I first watched the show, like, I was younger than Perrine. I was like very, very little at the time. Whereas watching it now as an adult, it's like, oh my god, like I've been 13 now, and 13 is really young. So it's like, oh my goodness, that's so much for this kid to go through, and yeah, it was tough. So yeah, my goodness. But fortunately, you know, perhaps obviously, Perrine does not die at this point. So what happens is, well, Baron is still around, and so Baron, when he realizes that Perrine has fallen unconscious, he runs off and tries to get someone to help. And so he runs around trying to get people's attention. For a while, he's not very successful. People mostly just ignore him or drive him away. But eventually, on the next slide, it turns out that he runs into Polycari. And well, Polycari recognizes Baron. They've been traveling together for a long time. And so he follows Baron back to where Perrine is. And of course, since Polycari is now owned by Rukari was around at the time. Is like, what's going on? Why are you running off like that? And so she follows Polycari um, and finds Perrine fallen unconscious. And Rukari recognizes her, and they're like, "Oh my goodness, yeah, you're the one who sold me the donkey," and you know, rescues her. Gets her inside a cart. Tries to gives her a moist towel for the fever and some shade, and decides to take her to a doctor where she is nursed back to health. And so, fortunately, Perrine is saved at this juncture. So it was definitely quite a relief to see it play out like that. That's for sure. Do you have any thoughts about this part of the story?
Oh yeah, like this was definitely another rough patch to get through. I think it's like there is like a baser fear that I've had for the longest time
Mm-hmm.
of like having nobody around to help
Yeah.
you, like if you're in like a really bad situation,
Right.
um, that gets really bad with me. So I can definitely I can see like this scene um, having a great effect because like yeah, like no kid needs to go through that,
Right.
and just kind of seeing her struggle through those next few kilometers until she collapses um, was very rough to watch and like very anxiety inducing too.
Mm-hmm.
Like you mentioned, Baron tries to go for help and it doesn't always work.
Yeah.
That was probably like the most anxious I've been up to this point.
Right.
Like that's a difficult scene to get through because if this were any other sort of show, Baron would go to somebody and they do the whole Lassie thing, right? Go, what,
Yeah.
a little
Yeah.
girl in the woods, let's
Yeah.
go, let's
Right.
help.
Right.
But like, yeah, every person he goes to is like, oh, what? This is a scary dog,
Right. Right.
shoo, beast, or whatever, and
Right.
like it gets increasingly like more desperate because like you're running on limited time here to help her out,
Mm.
and the more times that these people reject Baron, the less chance there is for Perrine to get the help that she needs.
Yeah.
And I remember it's like, like just I like flipping like I want somebody to help.
Right. Right.
Um, and so of course, what are the wonderful odds that Rokuri and Palikir were there?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and like I think even like one of the episode titles
Yes.
was kind of spoils the episode before
Mm.
it happens
I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
because it's like Palikir, my Palikir, or something like
Right. Right.
that.
Right.
Like, oh, they meet up again.
Right.
Um, of course, it's like, well, how? And so here we are. Rokuri finds, and again, like they reiterate that Rokuri is a nice woman,
Mm-hmm.
and like she has been treating Palikir well, um, and she's always been kind of fond of Perrine.
Right.
So it was really nice to see her kind of help her out for, I guess, really like the final leg of the journey.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm.
Because if I remember correctly, like she takes her all the way to like the outskirts of Marokor,
Yeah.
right?
Pretty much. Mm-hmm.
Right, and like that she kind of lets her go and just to make sure like she's eaten enough and
Mm-hmm.
has been tended to well after her collapse.
Right.
Um, yeah, that was always nice to see. Like it's a very good conclusion to this middle part of the series
Mm-hmm.
that I alluded to. Like this time, Perrine alone, right,
Right.
just out in the woods, and of course, like it is nice that she had Baron there at least.
Right. Right.
Like even losing Palikir, it's like Baron is like a crush.
Mm-hmm.
You can't part ways with the dog because I know like there were a couple times like somebody was like, oh, I'll have Baron, I'll buy him from you, he's a nice dog.
Mm.
Um, but Perrine is like, nah, he's family.
Right.
We're not doing that. You can see a lot of Perrine's like motherly side,
Mm-hmm.
like kind of what she's learned from her mom, come
Right.
out with Baron.
Yeah.
Because Baron for her is often like a kid.
Right. Right.
Like she often scolds him or like gives him advice, um, and wants to see him be his best self.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's one particular scene that I remember where like she's just destitute in town, trying to find money for food,
Mm.
and like good quality food that's not stale bread.
Right.
Like she stomachs it as best she can, but like it's still stale bread.
Right.
But then Baron is there. He draws a crowd because he's using his tricks he learned from Marcel to
Mm-hmm.
basically beg for food. Oh, you want your food dance, like that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Perrine was just having none of that. She's like, listen, we don't. What's the word? It's like we don't stoop that low, I guess.
Yeah.
Have some dignity, something like that.
Right.
And so she kind of drags Baron away and like slaps him, like,
Right.
don't do that. And he learns his lesson. Um, but like you can like that clearly shows, again like the maturity of Perrine, where like yeah she's a kid, but like she knows what's up
Mm-hmm.
and she actually like listens to her mom's advice, doesn't shrug it off, and tries to live her life based on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that really shows here. Um, but yeah, at the same time, like the desperation in her situation was definitely rough for me to get through. Especially like there are a couple of times where she tried to like get help for herself.
Right.
Like it comes across some farmers, I think,
Yeah.
and she's like, "Listen, I will do anything if I can get like a job and
Right.
you can help me out."
Yep.
But then it doesn't work out because they're like, "Oh, well, we don't need any help.
Right.
Who are you, this random girl that shows up?" Right?
Right. Right.
And yeah, it's rough, but it does get better as
Mm.
we've we've shown. And yeah, she eventually gets to Morrow Court, and
Yeah.
then we get to the second half of the series.
That's right. Yeah, I guess the only thing I'll add to that is just to kind of flesh out a little bit where Rukri takes her on the last leg of her journey to Morocco, and that's because Rukri works kind of by traveling around and gathering scrap metal from people and reselling them elsewhere, and so she's like, yeah, it's kind of on my way, so I'll take you there, and um, kind of similarly to the people Perrine met in Paris, Rukri actually invites her to stay around and continue helping her with work because it turns out that Perrine quite enjoys
Oh yeah.
helping her out. Yeah, um, but Perrine's like, oh well, I'd love to, but I need to kind of honor my parents' wishes, and I'm going to continue onward. And yeah, and Rukri respects that, and so she takes her over to the outskirts of the town. But yeah, definitely, I think it was a real relief to get to this episode after everything else that had happened in the last few. Yeah, it was a really nice note to end this part of the story on. That's for sure. But yeah, next we get to the kind of Monocore part of the episode. And so this part is, yeah, it really kind of marks like the sort of second, well, the remaining kind of part of the show. Um, and so this part of the show, there's not really any more traveling going on other than occasional trips out of town. Um, but instead, it's all kind of centralized in one location. And here, Perrine meets literally a whole cast of new characters to get to know and who become kind of important players in the story. And so on this slide, we kind of see some of these major players. So the first person that Perrine runs into is this other girl, Rosalie, who is about the same age as her, I believe. Um, and they quickly become kind of fast friends. And Rosalie is the one who kind of shows Perrine around town and tells her how things work around here and all of that. And ends up helping her out quite a bit. And so it turns out that Perrine's grandfather is basically the head of this huge textile factory in Maracourt. Um, and so pretty much everybody living in the town works at the factory. And, when Perrine shows up, Rosalie is like, oh, are you here to work at the factory too? And, she didn't necessarily come for the purpose of doing that, but she's like, okay, yeah, just set me up with that. Yeah, Rosalie takes her to the factory and gets her and helps get her set up there. And at the factory, there are a number of other people working there who Perrine gets to know. So there is Fabri, the engineer, and he is a kind of frequent patron of Rosalie's family restaurant, so he knows Rosalie pretty well, and he's a nice guy. So he kind of strikes up a friendship with Perrine as well, and he kind of becomes like the sort of most trusted adult figure in her life at this point. So kind of she confides in him a couple of times for in the rest of the story. And then there is of course Wolfram, who is Perrine's grandfather, and so this is where he finally kind of enters the picture when it comes to the story. And so Perrine learns a few things about her grandfather. So of course he is the head of the factory, but it turns out that he's also blind. Yeah, he lost his eyesight in illness a number of years ago, and so yeah, he kind of needs to be shown around when he's in unfamiliar environment. Although he does know his factory pretty darn well and can kind of navigate that space pretty effectively by himself. Um, and then there are these two other people who work at the factory. So there is Taluel, who is basically the head manager, who all the workers report to, and he's kind of a sneaky guy. So yeah, he's the one who kind of is always like uh, kind of doing everything he can to get into the boss's good graces, that is Wolfron's good graces, so that he can be the one to eventually take over the factory when the time comes. But he's also not very nice to the other workers. Like he doesn't treat them very well. He's like most concerned about making the factory as efficient as it can possibly be, and making allowing it to make more money, and so on. And then there is Theodore, who is Wolfron's nephew. So he would be Perrine's first cousin once removed. I think that's right. Um, and so he is. He's also he also has ambitions to kind of take over the factory someday, and since he is the only direct relation to Wolfron, who is currently around, he feels pretty confident that he's going to eventually inherit the factory. And however, he is depicted as kind of a sort of a slacker, like he's always late to work and such. Doesn't always take his job all that seriously, and so Wolfron doesn't really like the idea of passing the factory down to him. And so these are kind of the major kind of players who come into the story at this point. Do you have anything more to say about any of these characters at this point?
Well, yeah, it's definitely like they definitely throw a bunch of new characters
Right.
at you, like right from the start. But you eventually fall in love with most of them. I mean, like yeah, like even though like they kind of show up suddenly, you eventually like learn to like get to know them fairly well, and
Mm-hmm.
you get interested in their stories as well. Like I mean, like right away, like Rosalie and Perrine's friendship is a lot of fun,
Yep.
and same with Fabry. Although initially I was a little bit like not confused, a little put off, I guess. It was kind of weird that like this gentleman who's clearly an adult,
Yeah.
probably at most in his like late 20s, at the least, just hanging out with these kids like it's like it's like it's everybody like it's normal.
Right.
But I mean, it's once you kind of learn like how he is, and how he's just kind of like, I mean, he works at the factory, so of course he's going to get to know everybody there.
Mm-hmm.
Like you kind of like learn to I mean, I kind of learned to accept it. Like, okay, this is not a big deal. He's making it a big deal. You know, of course, I have heard through the online grapevine that
Mm.
I guess people thought that the relationship between Perrine and Fabry warranted shipping,
Oh my goodness.
but yeah, Perrine is a child, so we do not do that.
No.
Um, and don't even think that for a second.
Right.
That's a reasonable thing to have. Like they're friends. It's and they actually have like a really nice relationship.
Mm-hmm.
So um, he's important because when Perrine gets to Mariport
Mm-hmm.
and she has in the back of her head that her grandfather Wolfron you know doesn't like he left on bad terms with Edmund,
Right.
and he has no good feelings towards Marie or the marriage itself, or even to like the child,
Mm-hmm.
certainly. Um, she gets very concerned, and so kind of makes up her own identity.
Yep.
And yeah, that's a big part in the series. So she goes by orally,
Orally. Yep.
um, where I forget how exactly she came up with that name. She like I think it was like on the tip of the hat. Like
Yeah, something like that.
like wasn't she talking to Rosalie? I think
Right, right, right. And Rosalie was asking what her name was, and Perrine suddenly considers, oh wait, maybe I shouldn't give my real name. So yeah.
right, yeah. And so like she keeps up with that for the rest of the show,
Yeah,
where
pretty much.
like even for a while, like I would get confused. Like Green, oh yeah, that was her name originally, wasn't it? Because I
Right.
was so used to Orally, everyone was calling her Orally. Um, but of course, Fabry is important in this, in that
Mm-hmm.
um, he finds out about her identity eventually by accident,
Yep.
mind you. So like, um, Rokiri comes into town at one point,
Mm-hmm.
and of course, oh my God, Pelicare! It's a good day.
Yep.
But like, she was traveling to the town with Fabry for like business. Like I think they were taking somebody to the hospital.
That's right. Yeah.
The translator, I think,
Yeah, I think so.
because
Yeah.
there are these British businessmen who work with the textiles, that and they had like a translator there to translate to English, but he fell ill, and so they had to bring him to the hospital. That
Mm-hmm.
and so like they were lost without a translator for a while. Um, but like in the ensuing encounter, like when Perrine meets Polycare again and Rokuri, and then they part ways. Rokuri kind of like yells her name out,
Yeah,
like,
right.
"Oh hey, Perrine, don't forget!" And she says something.
Right, right.
Like Fabri's there, like within earshot, and he's
Mm-hmm.
like, "What? Wait a minute, what?" And so like at first he keeps cool, but eventually like when they're alone,
Right,
he's like, "Hey, listen, that lady calls you Perrine. What's up with that?"
right.
And so Perrine is like, "Oh shit, no!" But like he's very cool about it. He's like, "Listen, like I'll keep your secret." Um, but I think at the very least, like he would like an explanation, like why are you using a fake name? And I think
Mm-hmm.
at that point, she at least reveals that Volfron is very likely. Well, Volfron is her grandfather, um, but he's not all cool with her immediate family.
Right, right.
So like she doesn't want to like immediately jump into, oh, by the way, I'm your granddaughter.
Mm-hmm.
Like he wants to kind of keep an eye on him. And of course, Fabry completely agrees, and he agrees to keep the secret, and he's very chill about it.
Right.
So like you said, like it's a trusted adult figure. Um, but yeah, I'll just say Talel and Theodore,
Mm-hmm.
they kind of got like a good cop bad cop thing going on between
Mm-hmm.
the two of them, something where like they both want to get on Wolfron's good graces,
Right.
um, and but they're not afraid to get on each other's nerves to do so.
Right.
Like they'll work together for their own ends, but when push comes to shove, one of them wants to be the head of the factory, and they're totally content by putting the other one aside.
Right, right.
So that becomes like a fairly good part of the series. Like they're bickering about each other. Because of course they know that Voltron being blind and being particularly old
Mm-hmm.
means that he's not going to be around forever,
Right.
and so and they are convinced that he's getting senile and he's not of the right mind to run the factory. So like they try to play on that as much as they can.
Right.
Uh, but what really struck with me was Perrine and Volfron's relationship.
Mm-hmm.
So keep in mind, Perrine up to this point is working completely on what she's heard from her mom. She doesn't know anything else about her grandfather. She is convinced that he's a stern, cold man who who doesn't care about her or her family, and that's what she's working with,
Yeah.
right?
Mm.
Um, but Perrine is still Perrine, and she still remembers her mom's best wishes to show kindness first.
Mm-hmm.
And so like when she starts work for the first time, and like it's a whole crowd of people, everybody's coming from town from their homes to go to work. Volfron shows up in a horse-drawn wagon carriage.
Yeah.
He shows up to work,
Right.
um, and rather than kind of play it cool, Perrine just up and like, hey, Volfron, hey, and of course everyone's like, what are you doing?
Right.
That's like the boss of the boss of the boss. You don't
Right. Right.
just go up to him and be like, "What's up?" But no, like Perrine in a very innocent way is like, I heard you were blind.
Mm-hmm.
You should get some surgery because that's a thing that we have where you can get your eyesight back.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think you would be just fine for that. And you know what? Rather than like being like, "Oh, what's this little girl speaking out of line? How dare you?" Like, no, like he's just like, "Oh, I haven't considered that, but I am old, so maybe it won't work. But
Right.
I'm glad that you thought of me. What's your name?"
Right. Right.
And like he's totally chill with her. Like he's not dismissive at all. He's like, "Oh well, thank you for your concern. That means a lot to me." And then he
Mm-hmm.
just goes about his day. Of course, everyone around her is like, "Oh, like that. Don't do that again."
Right. Right. Right.
Like they're still kind of shocked that she went ahead. She was so forward with him.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but like that's a sign that things initially go fairly well between Perrine and Volfron.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm getting ahead of ourselves here. But that's sort of like my general thoughts coming into this new cast. And of course, like this is not an exhaustive
No.
list.
No.
Like there is the like I guess the department head of like the particular part of the textile factory
Mm.
where
Oh yeah.
Perrine and Rosalie work.
Right.
Uh, he's another kind of hard ass who he cares about productivity and um, he kind of has like a slight disregard for the employees, but
Right.
not totally.
Right. Right.
Like he cares about them to an extent that they can help the factory. But there's like one small arc where like Rosalie gets her finger caught in the machine.
Yeah,
And it's a very bad injury.
yeah.
I think like her whole hand or something like that. Her finger or hand.
Like I
It's
think it was a few of her fingers or something.
a few of her finger. Yeah, because I mean, it's Industrial Revolution Europe.
Right.
Kids in factories is just it's like rain is water coming from the sky.
Mm,
Like it's just a fact of life at that time. And so like he responds to this like, "Oh, you clumsy fool! You were slacking, and of course, look, this is what you get. You
right.
hurt your finger." But of course, it's thanks to Perrine, um, like getting in touch with Wolfron because Wolfron has like a small relationship with Rosalie too.
Yeah.
Like it's not like he goes to the restaurant like Fabry does,
Hmm.
but Wolfron knows Fabry at being an engineer, and by the extent he knows Rosalie. And he's always fairly nice with whenever he sees Rosalie. Like
Hmm.
he's again like kind of showing like, oh, he's not such a bad guy. Like
Right.
he finds out about the injury. It's like, oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry that happened to you. Um, I know a doctor we can take you to.
Hmm.
And he helps out with that and gives the girls permission to go and help Rosalie. Um, which of course Talel is like not having that.
Right.
It's like, oh, what is this nonsense?
Right. Right.
So we get a couple of recurring themes from these initial encounters.
Hmm.
Perrine stands up for herself and tries to help her friends, um, and has a growing relationship with Wolfron that he's not so bad.
Hmm.
And then Tellel and Theodore are there in the background, scheming
Yep.
and just being very rude to everyone,
Yeah.
looking out for themselves. And yeah, just a great cast here.
Yeah, definitely. Those are all great thoughts. Yeah, so like you said, at the when Perrine initially kind of reaches Maricor and meets all of these people, like none of them know like her real name, her full background or anything like that. Fabry is the first one to find out some ways into the series, but yeah, like for much of the rest of the story, like most of these people, yeah, have no idea basically, and so yeah. Now, at this point, now that Perrine has started working in the factory, she's given like an entry level position, which is like pushing some carts around, which is basically what they give to people with no experience working in the factory whatsoever. And so she now has a bit of an income, but not a whole lot. So she decides to try and save some money, and so that kind of leads into the next part that we want to talk about, like what her living situation is like during this time period. And so originally, Rosalie does get Perrine set up with some dormitories that a lot of the other workers live in. However, Perrine doesn't really find that to her liking. It's very uncomfortable, very stuffy, loads of people packed into a single room. Um, and yeah, she can't really get used to that. And so at night, instead of like staying in the room, she goes out for a walk in the woods and ends up falling asleep there. And when she wakes up in the morning, she finds this hunter's hut in the woods. And at that point, it is not the hunting season, so no one else is using it. And so she takes a look around inside and is like, huh, this actually could be a pretty good place to live. If I spruce it up a little, it's certainly better than that stuffy dormitory. And so she actually gets around to doing that. So she kind of tidies up the place a bit, and she starts like kind of making a lot of her own supplies and provisions. Like um, her the sole of her boots or one of her boots breaks, for example, and so she ends up actually making her own shoes out of supplies that she gathers in the woods, as well as some like cheap supplies that she's able to get from shops. And she makes her own cutlery. That's kind of in the lower left here, that she's showing off a fork to Rosalie that she made out of wood. So she's actually going to sharpen the points a little more a few scenes after this. So if it doesn't look quite like a fork yet, it will. And yeah, she's also like collecting a lot of her own food in the woods. She learns to fish, so that's kind of pictured in the upper right there. And the little boy, by the way, is Rosalie's little brother, Paul, who also kind of becomes friends with Perrine. Um, and so yeah, Perrine goes fishing. She collects some edible plants from the woods and makes her own meals. And in fact, she gets so good at it, she's able to invite her friends over for lunch, and they are all very impressed when they find out that she's been living this way and is kind of is able to like prepare such lovely meals despite it. Um, so yeah, this was a really interesting part of the story, that's for sure. Just seeing Perrine kind of being very resourceful and kind of fending for herself, making good use of her limited resources, and picking up some new skills. And yeah, it's really amazing just to see her kind of carve out this little niche for herself. And definitely this part of the story is another one that I remember very well from my childhood. It was really interesting to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's also kind of nice. It's like a callback
Mhm.
to her like travels through Europe,
Yeah.
uh, where it's like, yeah, she's in this new town and she could stay in the dorm, but she's still in that mindset of like traveling from place to place
Hmm.
and often camping in the woods for periods of time.
Right.
So it's kind of funny to see that like she still has like that traveler's itch
Yes.
even in Morrow Court that she just doesn't shake off just yet.
Right.
Um, yeah, like her resourcefulness, like it's an extension of her maturity. That she's been able to go on this journey and help fend for herself and her family in that way that she just carries into even when she has like a paying job now.
Hmm.
You know, anything from making cutlery to making her own shoes, which that was cool.
Yeah.
Because yeah, like she was working the carts,
Right.
and this has happened to me before. Like when I was
Mm.
doing delivery work, like her boot kind of pops open,
Right.
and it's like, oh damn, it's broken, and I don't have the money to fix it, so I'll just like she's like, oh, I could get I don't have the money to fix it or get new shoes, so she just goes ahead and like makes her own shoes,
Yeah.
as you say. Specifically, she says like they're like Spanish dancing
I think
shoes,
so.
which
Yeah.
again a little cultural splash in there, which is kind of fun.
Hmm.
And like she straight up like buys um uh like sewing kit and like ribbons and stuff, and she just makes it from scratch, and like they last her a good long while. And it just kind of goes to show like, wow, like she has all these skills from her travels, and she's just like really resourceful, and
Hmm.
it's kind of cool to see. um so I thought that was really like I did agree, like this is definitely a nice um this was a nice sequence in the show.
Hmm.
And as you can see, like it lasts a good while. Like
Yeah.
it's like 10 episodes, something
Yeah.
like that, where that we spend in this hut. um and like she slowly makes it comfier and comfier. Like she um it was like was it Rosalie who gives her the lantern, or was that
Oh,
Fabry?
I think it was Fabry. Yeah.
That was Fabry. Yeah, like Fabry gives her a lantern.
Right.
um and like well, I remember like Rosalie's like, oh, I have clothes that I
Right.
don't wear, you can have them.
Right.
And like, again, like just the support group.
Hmm.
And it's kind of fun to see like she's fishing, she's foraging, and she invites everybody, including Fabry,
Yeah.
to the little house to eat.
Yeah.
And it's just treated straight, like,
Yeah.
oh wow, you really carved a niche for yourself. And
Right.
um I don't know, it's just kind of fun. It's the I'm sure it's like a dream for a lot of kids to have like this the secret hideaway that
Hmm.
is like your own house, and you can do what you want with it,
Right.
and go on adventures whenever you like. So it's kind of fun to see that portrayed in the show,
Hmm.
because again, it kind of also shows like the child side of her. Like,
Right.
if she were more of an adult, she probably would think that this was a ridiculous idea. Like, I'm not sitting in this hut.
Right.
But that's her creativity coming through. Like, oh,
Hmm.
actually, this would be fairly good, and I can save money.
Yeah.
So it's an absolute win.
Right.
So yeah, I definitely liked this arc too.
Hmm. Yeah. So, so yeah, that goes on for quite a while, like you said. But in the meantime, kind of much of the series from this point forward is also about kind of Perrine trying to connect with her grandfather Wolfram. Um, and a number of major developments happen as the story continues. And so kind of her first big break when it comes to like connecting with Wolfram is when the factory needs an interpreter. So you kind of already alluded to this earlier. Um,
Mm.
Yeah, so some English businessmen are visiting the factory and they need someone to translate for them. But the usual translator is sick and has been taken to the hospital, so he can't be around to do it. I think they mentioned that Fabry also knows English, but he also happens to be away on a business trip at this point, so he's not around to do it. And so they're like, oh no, we need someone in the factory who knows English. Um, and it turns out that, well, Perrine, who grew up in India, knows English, as we mentioned in the kind of cultural context part of this episode. Um, so she ends up being the one who has to do the interpreting. Um, and as it turns out, she does it very well because, of course, she is quite fluent in English, having grown up speaking it. Um, and yeah, Wolfram sees this work and is very impressed. Now, at this part of the series, there's quite an interesting scene where of course, most of the series is voiced in Japanese. However, in this part of the series, when Perrine is interpreting for the English businessman, the businessman and Perrine actually speak English during this particular scene. And yeah, that is quite interesting. I think it might throw you off if you're watching it for the first time. And it's clearly still like the Japanese voice actors who are doing it. So it's not necessarily the most fluent English. In fact, from what I remember from my childhood. So I mentioned that the version I watched in my childhood was the Mandarin dub, but they still kept this like English speaking scene in there. And yeah, from what I remember from my childhood, like I was, it took me a little bit to register that, oh, they're speaking English. Like I couldn't actually understand them at first. Um, uh, but yeah, rewatching it again, I was like, oh, okay, no, it actually is pretty intelligible. Like Perrine's voice actor actually speaks the English quite clearly. But yeah, you can tell like it's the Japanese voice actors doing it. So definitely it might take a little bit of getting used to. But it's a pretty short scene, and it is quite interesting to see. I think you had some thoughts about this too.
Yeah, I mean, I'll admit I was initially confused,
Right.
only because I'm so used to hearing Perrine's voice throughout the rest of the show in
Yeah.
Japanese,
Mm.
and that when she switches to like speaking English for the British businessmen, for me it almost felt like it was a different voice actress,
Mm.
like because like her the way she was speaking, she sounded like way older than she actually was. Um, but thankfully you'd clarified like, oh no, it's her. Um, and I went back and listened to the scene again, and
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, I can kind of hear it now a
Right.
lot
Right.
better. Um, yeah, I thought it was particularly interesting because, well, again, like I don't particularly watch a lot of um, subbed
Mm-hmm.
shows or movies.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I definitely agree with you. Like there is something about like hearing the original language where like the emotion is more like real initially,
Right.
because sometimes you get translators to go and dub these movies,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of that is lost.
Right. Right.
Um, that's kind of why one of my favorite classic films is this really obscure Czech film, uh, Cesta du Pravěku, or The Journey to the Beginning of Time,
Mm-hmm.
which I grew up with the English version first,
Mm-hmm.
which was Journey to the Beginning of Time, which of course they also tweaked a lot of things that now that I'm older, I don't really appreciate all that much anymore. Um, but I grew up with that. So then when I went and found when I was gifted the original Czech version on
Mm-hmm.
DVD and I watched that, that particularly struck with me. Like I could feel their emotions a lot more than the original version because
Mm-hmm.
they kind of got like sort of like cynical, like sarcastic actors to kind of do the voices.
You're right. Right.
Watching that back now, it's like, I prefer the original version now.
Mm-hmm.
uh, but yeah, even so, like I don't tend to watch sub things all that much.
Mm-hmm.
So when, but like I'm able to when I connect with it fairly well, of
Yeah.
course, as I have with the story of Perrine. Um, and like I thought it was particularly interesting how they did the scene in the first place,
Mm-hmm.
um, because yeah, like the English speaking parts are done fairly well. Um, they are definitely a little more careful in speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not as casual as the Japanese in the show,
Right. Right.
which is something that I've noticed occasionally here and there in some films. My sister Gabby had put it in an interesting way, where if somebody is speaking another language that they're not used to speaking, there can be a thing where sometimes it sounds artificial because you're trying to make sure you get the pronunciation so
Right.
right.
Yep.
It almost comes off as like robotic,
Yep.
or like unnatural.
Yep.
Um, like we watched Alpha together, a recent film, Ice Age movie kind of thing, and they make up a language for the film. It's inspired partially by Indo-European. Um, of course, that's I have my issues with that, but that's all right. Um, and like every time the characters like talk, it's like they're reading their lines.
Right. Right.
It doesn't feel natural. Um, and so but like in this situation, it makes a lot more sense that the English would be a little bit robotic because again, like she is translating for them,
Right.
and she wants to make sure that they understand what they want fairly clearly because you know prior to that moment, like they have the people on the factory who are trying to like communicate with them,
Right.
and they keep talking past each other, and it's all confusion, and it's like that's not what I said.
Right. Right.
Like that could have spiraled out of hand, particularly if it was for Green to come in and set things straight, and she does. Um, so yeah, I definitely thought that that was an interesting scene. It threw me off a little bit, but like looking back on it now, it definitely I definitely feel it a lot more if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. And so, yeah, so Wolfram is certainly very impressed with her work as an interpreter, and kind of gets to know her a bit more because, he also needs her to translate not just for kind of English speaking visitors, but also kind of English newspapers and letters and such. And of course, since he is blind, so he can't like read his own letters anyway. So yeah, so he ends up having her do all these different tasks, and kind of learns a bit more about her background. Now, at this point, he still doesn't know that Perrine is his granddaughter, um, but Perrine does tell him that, oh yeah, she's an orphan and she's currently kind of living alone, and even I think she even mentions like the hut in the woods and all that, and how she's making her own provisions. And yeah, so Wolfram is increasingly impressed with her and grows to rely on her more and more. And at one point, like he ends up firing his coach driver, for example, because his coach driver has a bad habit of getting drunk all the time, even when he's on the job. Um,
Mm.
uh, but it turns out that well, Perrine can drive a coach, so because she was traveling in a caravan all throughout Europe, so she actually ends up like driving for Wolfram quite a few times. Um, and so, yeah, eventually Wolfram appoints Perrine as his personal secretary, which is certainly quite a big jump from what she was doing before. And that's kind of what's going on in the kind of the image on the right here. And so he actually gives Perrine some additional money to get some new clothes, and also gives her a place to live in town, where she has a room to herself, and yeah, so things seem to be looking up for her, and she's kind of really connecting with him, and it's all quite nice to see. Do you have anything to add to this?
I just kind of appreciated like the continuing relationship with
Mm-hmm.
Voltron. 'Cause, yeah, it was like as this is going on, like very rarely does he like kind of snide Perrine for being a kid.
Right, right.
Um, like he's immediately taken by her like maturity and her kindness
Mm-hmm.
throughout, and so like he's often more inclined to like listen to her for some things than
Right.
others, and trust her more than others,
Mm-hmm.
which is very interesting.
Yep. Mm.
Um, yeah, like the whole like it's very gradual.
Yep.
Like if you want to talk about like character development, like this is definitely one of the more well paced ones. It
Mm-hmm.
felt very natural the way that Perrine was able to connect with her grandfather while still like just being the the kid employee and not
Right.
the granddaughter.
Right. Right.
And like yeah, it really opens up a lot of new thoughts for her because eventually she gets to the point where she's like, oh, I heard all this stuff about Wolfron, but I'm not seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's that grumpy or bad as everyone thought. In fact, like she even starts to sympathize with him a
Mm-hmm.
bit, um, or I should say, she just empathize with him a bit because um, she knows like, oh, he's under a lot of stress and he's blind. He just wants to make sure that things are doing okay.
Right.
and so like she gets that like, oh, he's going to be hard because he's like the head honcho of this whole operation,
Mm-hmm.
and she understands like that he has a lot of pressure,
Right.
and so like that can cause him to snap out um at poor behaviors, like with the former coach driver,
Right.
which like yeah, that's a very like it's kind of an unintentionally hilarious scene.
Yeah.
Because like this guy's out in the streets, like the coach driver,
Yeah.
he's drunk, he's having a wild time, and then of course who should he see but the boss right
Right.
up to him, and he's like, "Oh snap!" and he's trying to cover himself.
Right. Right.
Wolfman is just having none of it. He's like, "I told you not to drink on the job. You're done."
Yeah.
And of course the coach driver's there, like on his knees, like, "No!"
Yeah.
he just had the worst day of his
Mm-hmm.
life. Um, which is interesting because like then I don't think we even see him again.
Yeah. I don't think he appears again.
Yeah, so it's like when he's done, he's done.
Right.
Um, but yeah, I definitely this is one of those parts in the show that I was really like drawn to, just like her slowly, getting more comfortable with Wolfron and vice versa, to
Mm-hmm.
where like he's trusting her to, take letters to him and be honest with him for the
Yeah.
most part.
Right. Right.
I like that a lot.
Definitely. And yeah, I guess something else important to mention at this point is that Wolfram doesn't know that Edmund is dead. Like he doesn't know that his son has passed away. Um, so he's always like keeping an ear out for news about Edmund. He's like, oh, when will Edmund come back? Um, because he needs someone to take over the factory for him eventually, and he doesn't really trust Theodore. So yeah, he's really hoping that his son will come back to him and he can kind of inherit the factory instead. Um, of course, Perrine knows that Edmund has passed away, but she doesn't want to reveal that to Wolfram either because yeah, partly she knows he would be devastated when he finds out, but also she's also not completely comfortable kind of revealing her identity to him just yet. And so yeah, there's this little bit of like kind of when he's gonna find out, this kind of secrecy thing kind of going on. Um, yeah, so that's and that kind of ties into a lot of this plot as well because Wolfram is sending and receiving a lot of letters to India and from India to try and figure out, you know, Edmund's whereabouts, and he's having Perrine translate those letters, and Perrine is always in the back of my mind saying, "Oh, I know the story, but I can't tell him," um, and yeah, that kind of builds up. So even though things are going pretty well for their relationship at the moment, however, we soon see that not everything's great. So as we'll see on the next slide, so it happens that on one of these occasions where Perrine is translating letters for him, the letter I think I believe it's from a priest in India who is writing to kind of inform Wolfram about what he knows about um, uh, the whereabouts of Edmund and such. And it is mentioned that, oh yeah, well, Edmund got married here in India, and he and his wife have a child together. Um, and yeah, at this point, Wolfram being reminded of Edmund being in India and having this marriage against his wishes is pretty upset about that. Um, and yeah, he when Perrine kind of brings up the issue, Wolfram says some pretty nasty things about Perrine's mother, like he views her as having taken Edmund away from him and preventing him from returning to the factory where he belongs, and so on and so forth. Um, and then Perrine asks him, "Well, what about their child?" And Wolfram is like, well, whatever. I might send them some money since they have a kid, but that's all. And, well, Perrine doesn't take that very well, as I'm sure you'll understand. And that's kind of what's shown in this image here. And the text at the bottom, that's the narrator speaking, by the way. It's not either of the characters in the shot. Um, yeah, so that's it was really hard for Perrine to kind of like hear that actually coming out of her grandfather's mouth, and like even for the entire pretty much the next episode after this happens, the entire next episode, Perrine is like upset about it and just kind of mulling it over to herself and going for walks alone, just thinking about it. It's yeah, that this is another part that's pretty tough. And I think you mentioned, like, this whole arc is kind of an emotional roller coaster, and yeah, that's exactly the
Mhm.
phrase that kind of came to mind when I was rewatching the show too. Like, yeah, this part, it really hits you like with the ups and downs. That's for sure. Like, do you agree?
Oh yeah, because like I said, like she's forming this slow bond with Wolfron, and you want it to go well. You want like Perrine's mom's worries to not be like validated. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, that's just a misunderstanding. You're like, you want to be a misunderstanding, like, oh, like he really misses. I mean, he misses Edmund, and like you kind of want him to like accept the marriage and be like, oh, it is what it is,
Right.
but maybe I was wrong, and but like no, like it's the exact fear that Perrine had
Mm-hmm.
for Voltron. Like, I mean, like that scene alone, like him just saying those things about her mom, especially like after again we spent so much time with the two of them,
Right.
and how great a mom Marie was, given her circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
That it's crushing to see this, and of course she's right there. Perrine is right there, hearing all of this, um, and like you feel for her because you know it's such a weird dichotomy because
Yeah.
like on the one hand she has this relationship with her grandfather that's really nice,
Mm-hmm.
but like he's talking about her like she's nothing,
Right. Right.
and it's so weird and it is so conflicting. And
Right.
yeah, definitely I think the roller coaster analogy is fit. um yeah, oh, just this is definitely another one that was pretty rough
Yeah.
for
For sure. For sure.
several times. And you had kind of seen here, in the image here on the right,
Mm-hmm.
like Talel and Theodore don't
Yep.
make it any easier for her.
Yeah. Yeah.
um, I kind of mentioned that, like, they were always scheming, and a lot of their schemes involve Perrine, because they're trying to use their authority and their adultness
Right.
to kind of like try to convince Perrine to like let him in,
Yep.
to let them in on vital information about Wolfron.
Right.
Why is he sending letters to India? What
Mm-hmm.
is he saying? What is he trying to find out about Edmund? So that way they can use that against him when the
Right.
time comes, and make sure that they secure their place on the hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, like they're very dismissive of her relationship with Wolfram in the first place. Like
Yeah.
when they find out that, oh, she's his secretary now, they're like, what? But she's
Right.
just a kid, and they try to like undermine her, to her face, like
Right.
with Voltron. Like, Voltron, how can you hire this kid? Like she's from the factory. She's not even like qualified. And of course,
Right.
thankfully, Voltron is quick to be like, shut up, you guys don't know what you're talking about. You've
Right.
never talked with her. Um, and like this particular scene here, I'm trying to remember what it was. Like she had a letter that she needed to deliver to.
Right. She was asked to send a telegram to India, I think. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. And then Talal finds her in this alley and like
Right.
chases her down
Yeah.
to be like, tell us what's in the telegram. I
Right.
want to find out. And like he pushes her,
Right.
in the ensuing scruffle. And I think he eventually finds out what's up.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't get to he doesn't get to read the telegram because it turns out it was written in English, and so he
Oh,
can't
that's
read that.
right.
Yeah.
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 And so like she has to deal with that too. And like eventually it gets to a point where Volfron actually catches wind of this,
Mm-hmm.
because, of course, granted he's blind, but as is typical for like blind characters in shows like this, like their other senses are fairly heightened.
Mm-hmm.
So like he can hear people's footsteps and like the duration of their footsteps and find out whether they're like feeling happy or sad.
Right. Right.
Um, and so like he notices Perrine limping
Yep.
in his office because like she took a nasty fall,
Mm-hmm.
not like very bad, like she hurt her foot. And like he's immediately like, "Why are you limping? What happened?" And like he manages to coax out of her that Taulel
Yeah.
was getting on her case.
Right.
Um, and again, in another like mood whiplash, he's like, "I'll tell you what, I trust you and you only, and I knew like they were up to some shit. So how about this? You are going to live with me, in my house,
Right.
which is this enormous mansion
Yep.
with a huge property, and you're not going to leave my side. I'm going to make sure you're safe." And of course, to hear that, it's like, oh my god, it's like another one of those things that it just gets a little bit nicer for
Yeah.
her. Like
Right.
she's getting so close to him, that she's basically living where she
Hmm.
was supposed to have gone in the first place.
Right, right.
To travel to Marcourt to live in the mansion with Wolfron. So yeah, just we just get a little bit more, I guess, upping the stakes, if you will,
Hmm.
of her situation. And yeah, that was such a nice turnaround, especially after that
Yeah,
encounter with Howell,
right,
because I was worried like, oh, he's going to be more and more aggressive with her.
right, right.
And I was very worried about that. But like, thankfully, like after that one encounter, it's like, okay, we got to do something about this
Right,
because
right.
that is not okay. And thankfully, like that all works out
Hmm.
in a sense. And of course, Tal finds out about the mansion,
Right.
and Theodore too, because again, he's the nephew,
Yeah.
um, and he's like, I want to live in the mansion. I want I want Wolfron to like me,
Right.
like me enough like that.
Hmm.
And so like there's some jealousy there too.
Yeah. Mhm.
But yeah, so there's that particular part that I thought was important to point out.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, that part was, the kind of the whole series of events where like Taliwell and Theodore are like kind of harassing her, trying to get in on all the secrets and stuff. That was also not fun to watch either. Like especially a 13-year-old dealing with all of this. It's just ugh. Like yeah,
Yeah.
not good. But yeah, she does end up like living with Wolfron at his mansion, and yeah, things start sort of looking up again in that sense. Um, but there's quite a notable scene like shortly after she moves into the mansion, where she kind of looks at herself in the mirror and she's like, "Yeah, you're here now, like you're supposed to be, but." Wolfron still doesn't see you as his granddaughter, and it's just like, oof, yeah. But yeah, let's continue onward. Um, so not only are there kind of troubles on a personal level that Perrine has to deal with, but she soon realizes that there are kind of like larger scope issues going on as well. Um, and so I think this segment of the show really spoke to you. So do you want to tell us more about it?
Yeah. I think this for me was probably like the most difficult
Mm-hmm.
scene
Yeah,
or scenes to get through.
yeah.
Um, Partially because I mean I was shocked that this was in the series in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess for a bit of context, so of course Perrine continues her relationship with Rosalie and Fabry, and Fabry learns more and more about her situation, and Rosalie too to an extent. Um, and so one day they're on a walk, and Fabry takes her to overlook Marcourt, the whole town, and she can see all the houses, the villages, and the factory, kind of like a bird's eye view, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and of course, this is after the fact that Edmund Edmund um, Wolfron finally gets word
Yeah.
that Edmund had indeed died,
Right.
and he had died in Bosnia on his way to France.
Mm-hmm.
He is, very visibly distraught. He was. This was like the one fear he had.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's never coming back, like for real this time. And so he has this huge funeral that he puts up. He tells everybody at work, "You have the day off to help grieve for my loss." And of course, Perrine is going. She goes to the funeral, and it's kind of like it's tough for her because okay, she already went through like the original
Yeah.
official funeral, so she's going through this again,
Yeah.
just reminding her about her lost father. Um, but she looks around and she notices like the church is not a full house for
Mm-hmm.
like the village. Like it should be crowded with people, but there's only like Talel and Theodore and
Yeah.
a couple business folks. Just it's a very small funeral.
Mm.
And so she's talking with Fabry on their walk, and she's like, "Yeah, I went to the funeral, but like I thought there'd be more people there." And Fabry, kind of matter of factly, is like, "You really think so? Why would they be?" And she's like, "Oh, because Wolfron's the boss, and he takes care of them." And Fabry's like, "You really don't know, do you?" Okay. And so he takes her to that hill where she's overlooking the whole area,
Mm-hmm.
and oh my gosh, like he basically tells her like, "Listen, you know how when you first got here, the situation wasn't all that great. Like the inns and the little sleeping court, the dormitories where the
Yeah.
women all stay and whatnot. They're all dirty. The prices are ridiculous. Um, the conditions aren't always the best here. And then you look at where Volfron lives, this beautiful mansion with anything he could want. He has servants there, butlers, that kind of thing that we also meet.
Mm-hmm.
And they're fun characters
Yeah.
too.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but like he has all of that, and you realize like in his age and in his blindness, he has not taken the time to really look at his employees closely
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
or kind of acknowledge their presence beyond a productivity sort of way. Um, and so, he hasn't really taken any responsibilities in like bettering their situation, despite the fact that he needs them for their work, and like their work is crucial for getting the factory working in the first place. Um, so, because of that, there's really no incentive for the employees to feel anything for Volfron, because in their eyes, Volfron has done nothing to help them. Um, he has done nothing to kind of alleviate their situations, their living conditions, um, and doesn't really care about them beyond the money making aspect of that, the productivity aspect. And so it's like, why should we care about this guy who has us working, like working in very like poor conditions too? Because again, like this is industrial Europe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Um, Factories were well known for being very poor places to work at. Again, like hiring kids, for example, among other things, and um, they had them working these ridiculous hours because this is before unions were really a
Yeah.
thing,
Mm-hmm.
um, and, day in and day out they're working and working, and like there's no recognition, there's no betterment of conditions, there's nothing. So it's like why should they care enough about Volfron to go to this funeral for this random family member of his who they've never met?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and Perrine kind of takes all this in and like internalizes it to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very shocked that they put that so blatantly
Mm-hmm.
in a children's show like this.
Yeah.
Because like if I'm thinking about like children's shows that I watched, usually the boss character is sort of like he can be kind of a jerk.
Mm-hmm.
They can be kind of a jerk, um, but like they usually have best intentions.
Right.
Unless
Right.
they're like crabs or something.
Right.
Like, that's another story. Um, but like I think for like fairly obvious societal reasons, like it would not be in like the producer's best interests to like talk about class struggles
Mm-hmm.
on a children's show or anything to that extent.
Mm-hmm.
Because like even though like we have the world today, and even though we have things like unions and whatnot to make things better,
Mm-hmm.
we actually have like proper weekends.
Right.
Um, things aren't things still aren't all that great
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
for a lot of people. Um, and so like that's a very real feeling, especially if you work in like retail, for example, like
Mm-hmm.
or in the food service industry. I mean, we seen that with COVID, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
The the apparent freeness that people took to treating service workers, where on the one hand the pandemic hits and we're all everything's closing, but then the restaurants stay open. Oh, the people who stay in those restaurants and deliver the food and serve the food, they're the real heroes because they're the ones who, despite all of this, are keeping on. Um, but then, like as soon as things quote unquote got better, and more regulations were lifted, like that reverence for service industry people went straight back to how it was before,
Mm-hmm.
and um, I think we've clearly seen the effects of that nowadays, where there's like worker shortages because people were fed up with that treatment and that
Yeah.
hypocrisy, and so that's kind of what we're dealing with here. So like I can see that, and then watch the show here portraying this in industrial Europe, and like it makes absolute sense. Um, but it's just like it's something I'm not used to seeing in a children's show,
Right.
just like so blatantly. Like,
Yeah.
oh, by the way, this grandfather figure who we've been staying with for a while. Like, yeah, we turns out like he's making things difficult for the workers, and
Mm-hmm.
and he's not contributing to the benefit of the people.
Right.
Um, and so like it's like a mood whiplash with him too,
Mm-hmm.
because like you get to spend a lot of time with Wolfron, but you also get to spend a lot of time with the employees.
Yep.
And so like when Fabry goes and explains all of this to Perrine, I kept myself doing it too.
Yeah.
When he explains that to her, like you get it immediately, because she has that solidarity with the workers.
That's right.
At the same time, she has this relationship with Wolfron,
Mm-hmm.
as stained as it is now, because he still doesn't know that she's his granddaughter.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so like Perrine, like taking that lesson to heart, later on like tries to influence Wolfron in a positive way to
Mm-hmm.
kind of because she clearly wants to have a good relationship with him, but like this is a factor that needs to be fixed
Yeah. Mm.
because she cares about these people who are working as well, and she wants to see them have a good life too. So a few episodes after this, there is a fire in town,
Mm-hmm.
and the fire is at a particular building um, where some of the workers will drop their like very young kids
Mm-hmm.
to like be taken care of because they have to work at the factory.
Yep. Mm.
It's like a daycare center, if you will. But like they feed the kids, and then it's a whole thing. Well, there's a fire that breaks out in that facility, and like Perrine is out working with Wolfron, and like they see the smoke. Well, she sees the smoke, and oh, there's a fire, and then Fabri's there, and they're all rushing to the scene, and of course they're too late. The firefighters have already because firefighters were a thing even then.
Mm.
They've already taken care of the situation, but it was a horrible tragedy because a few kids had actually died in the fire,
Mm-hmm. Mm.
and of course the mothers and the caretakers there are grieving, heavily.
Yep.
Um, and yeah, like it's like that moment there that got really tough for me to
Mm-hmm.
watch, like
Yeah.
probably the toughest moment because so it's like that's like the most raw emotion I've seen in a show like this.
Yeah.
Like like usually like they don't put that out front. Like it's usually like heard after the fact, like, oh, we were there and there was a fire and they lost
Right.
the kid. Like no, like they explain it right there in front of
Yeah.
you,
Yeah.
emotions and all. Um, so like Perrine convinces Volfron to go and talk to the women who had lost their kids.
Mm-hmm.
And at first he's a little bit apprehensive, but she's like, I think it would be good for you,
Mm-hmm.
so that way they can know that you care because you do care, don't you? Right? And so he
Mm-hmm.
goes and does it. And there is no sympathy for him. These ladies turn to him and they're like, "You bastard!
Right.
What are you doing here? It's because of your actions that this happened in the first place because you
Mm-hmm.
don't care." Um, and they give it to him hard. And of course he doesn't say anything. He just kind of turns away. And like you can tell like that affected him.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that was really like the push for him to like be a better human
Mm-hmm.
and make things better for his factory. Um, and so like he goes back to the mansion with Orly, I think, or they go back to the office. They
Yeah.
they, they leave the site, um, and uh, she's explaining like, oh, well, they're going to do a funeral for these kids. You should go. Um, and at first, Wolfron's like, well, why should I go? Like I have no relationship to these people.
Mm-hmm.
I have kind of no incentive to go. It's not like they would want me to be there anyway. Um, and she kind of like uses Fabri's words on him to kind of explain, well, like your workers feel the same way about you. That's why nobody went to your son's funeral. Um, and because they don't see like they don't think that you value their work enough to actually do some good for them.
Mm-hmm.
And at first he's like, "What are you saying? I'm a selfish, greedy old man?" But then like actually like legitimately turns a phrase,
Right.
and he listens to her words, and not only does he go to the funeral to show his support, um, he actually like decides, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Uh, I'm gonna make things better for everyone. I'm gonna make a new facility for the kids, a lot better than that one,
Mm-hmm.
where they have all the food and resources they need. I'm gonna update the dorms because like she takes him on one episode
Right.
to the women's dormitory, and he's like, "Oh my god, it smells! It's
Right.
disgusting in here.
Yeah.
They cram everybody in these rooms." So like, I'm gonna build new dormitories. I'm gonna make some like clubs or something, like some organizations.
Yep. Mm.
Just provide resources to benefit the community who's working for him, so that way like they can actually take it easy from their work once in a
Mm-hmm.
while, and
Right.
take care of their health and their necessities. And of course Towell is there like, but that's a lot of money,
Right.
but Volfron is like, I don't care, this is the right thing to do. Um and oh my gosh, like this whole arc here was brilliantly done.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's probably like the most ideal, or one of the most ideal ideal scenarios that could have happened in this instance where
Mm-hmm.
you have like this class struggle and like the people with more benefits, more privileges, the higher ups, like they actually decide to use their affluence to do some good in the
Mm-hmm.
world
Yeah.
and actually like get some empathy
Right.
because again up to this point he would go to the factory and he would like check up on people like how are things here
Right.
and are, everything working well, but it was never on a personal level
Mm-hmm.
besides maybe like Rosalie. And I'm sure that played a little bit too as well. Like Rosalie and Fabi, like they were, I wouldn't say they were friends to Wolfron, but he thought of them really fondly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like this is the first time that he actually like confronts the error of his ways
Mm-hmm.
and his mismanagement. And it's probably the most blatant way you could,
Right.
like it's like, hey, you're the boss. You indirectly killed my children. And it's like, oh well, shit. I should
Yeah.
probably
Right.
not. I should probably do better next time. And I'm joking a bit, but like this was a little bit moving to me, and
Mm-hmm.
the relative ease the situation is dealt with too. Like it is a lot of work, and like I don't even think they finished construction.
Right. Right.
Winter is coming, and it gets hard to construct in the winter.
Mm-hmm.
But he's dead set. Like I want these done as soon as possible. I want to amend my ways and give back to my employees.
Yeah. Mm.
And I just that just meant a lot to me, and I just had to say something about it
Oh.
because again, like I've never seen this in a children's show
Right.
before, and I don't know, maybe that's a cultural thing because um, like Japanese anime for children versus children's shows here, they probably have different like philosophies behind
Mm-hmm.
them and how they treat children characters in the first place, or just real world situations. Um, but that's just me. I don't know about you.
Yeah. No. I mean, this this part really. Yeah. It's I would agree. This part definitely left a strong impression, and it really is kind of the part of the show where it kind of extends beyond the sort of personal sphere of the main characters, and you start seeing what's going on in the wider world, um, and it is really nice that they are able to kind of recognize or get to Wolfron to recognize these issues and then to help fix them. Um, and no, I agree. The payoff is really great, and it is really good that they actually decided to touch on this. It was quite effective.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and they did that in a pretty short amount of time too, because we're close to the end of the series now, where we're at here. Um, so really, all that's left is basically to discuss how the show ends, kind of. um, so yeah, we're getting to our denouement, kind of the ending, the last act of the show. Last few episodes. So first of all, Wolfron does eventually learn that Perrine is his granddaughter, and the way this happens is that he actually starts kind of suspecting it, like a few episodes before this. Um, and the reason for that, in part, is because after he learns of his son's death, Edmund's death, he kind of falls into despair and he doesn't want to do anything or see anyone or eat anything, which of course is terrible for his health. But Perrine is like, you have to eat something, so she continuously insists on taking good care of him and making sure that he is still doing what he needs to do to stay healthy. Um, and Wolfron is very touched by this, and he's like, I've never never been treated this way by anyone before. It's like it's almost like she's an angel sent from heaven. Um, and he ends up talking to an old friend of his who happens to be Rosalie's grandmother, and Rosalie's grandmother took care of Edmund when he was young. And she makes a remark that's like, "Did you know that Aurelie, Perrine's pseudonym, Aurelie looks a lot like Edmund when he was young?" And then the gears start kind of turning in Wolfron's head, and he's like, "Oh, well, right? Like suddenly, certain things start to make more sense now." Um, and so, because Perrine had told him before that she had stayed in Paris during her travels, Wolfram decides to send his lawyer to Paris to investigate and see, oh, do you know anything about a little girl who has traveled through here, and who she might be related to, and all that. Um, and so his lawyer goes and does that. And when his lawyer returns, he does come bearing good news to Wolfron, and he reveals that yes, indeed, Perrine is his granddaughter, and yeah, it's a really emotional scene. Like the emotional payoff to this is just, oof,
Mm-hmm.
it really hits you, um, and yeah, it's really been building up for a long time, this moment, and it is great. And of course, upon his suspicions being confirmed, um, Wolfron remembers that yeah, he had said those nasty things about Perrine's mother, and he kind of apologizes to her and reconsiders, and he's like, your mother must have been amazing to have raised such a wonderful child like you, and yeah, it's all really sweet. It's an amazing episode, and this really is kind of where the emotions hit a real high. This is really like kind of the major emotional payoff of the entire series, and yeah, it's really nice. What did you think?
Oh, I definitely agree. And I was very welcome at the fact that like one of his immediate thoughts is like, oh, I said those nasty things.
Right.
Like that more than anything was important to me. Like
Mm-hmm.
you have your whole reunion. Oh my goodness, it's you.
Right.
And he's just so blown away. Um, but like he still like held accountability.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And keep in mind, this is after the whole workplace issues arc with him,
Mm-hmm.
where he's actually putting more thought into those things as well.
Right.
And so like in trying to make himself, trying to help himself become a better person, that involves taking back what he had said and
Mm-hmm.
admitting his fault in his judgment and
Right.
apologizing to Perrine. And Perrine doesn't like forgive him immediately.
Yeah.
Like she's kind of very much like, yes, you did say those things.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of lets him like explain himself more, I guess,
Right. Right.
and kind of beg for her forgiveness, and
Mm-hmm.
it all works out kind of in the end.
Yeah.
As you said, he's like, yeah, your mom was probably really cool, because you're really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Right.
yeah, I say very casually. But yeah, no, you're definitely right that this is really like this is like the big finale point of the show,
Mm-hmm.
and like the final few episodes is just bookkeeping,
Right.
keeping
Right.
up with everyone else, because like subconsciously, like, this is like the one thing that we were all waiting for. Like,
Right.
oh,
Right.
he finds out the truth and they reunite. But there are like a few loose ends here and there,
Mm-hmm.
just kind of keeping up with um the betterment of the employees, and letting everybody know, first of all, like, oh, her Wolfron's granddaughter has
Right.
returned,
Right.
um, a suitable heir, if you like.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then like, we kind of see like the end of Taulel and Theodore's arc.
Right.
Theodore, uh, when he hears the news, he's
Yes.
just done. He
You're
just
right.
like leaves the house and just walks alone in the woods.
Yes.
Like there, uh, that's it for me,
Yep.
basically.
Yeah. Pretty
Um,
much.
but it's kind of fun
Yeah.
that Perrine still acknowledges him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like later on, like he does show up again.
Mm-hmm.
They're invited to a Christmas party, I think. Uh,
Yeah. I
yeah.
think Wolfron's birthday or something. Yeah. Mm.
So yeah, I think something like that. Like he is invited,
Right.
and like Perrine recognizes him as family,
Mm-hmm.
as a cousin, and she's not quick to denounce him,
Right. Right.
but like she kind of gives him an opportunity to be better too,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
um, which we do kind of see hints of that as well. Um, Taulel as well, he kind of drops out
Right.
at this point. Like he finds out the news and he's like, "Oh, that's the end of my plan."
Right.
Um,
Exactly.
and yeah, I don't even think we really see him again for the next few episodes.
Yeah, he does appear in like the last episode, like alongside Theodore, and Perrine kind of remarks to him that, oh, Wolfram can't come in today, but he trusts you to run the factory for him, and Talibel is pretty pleased by that. But yeah, he kind of like ends his
Oh
scheming
yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
that's right. Yeah, so yeah, I guess again that's another kind of like nice tie up to that, where
Hmm.
she's, even after everything that had happened, like she
Hmm.
still shows them kindness, and maybe like that's the start of their arc to
Right.
be
Right.
better people too, um, which is just such a nice touch.
Hmm.
Um, and of course, getting a little bit ahead of us, I know you have this on the next slide. If
Mhm.
we can move there, the
Yeah.
matter that started this whole thing about Voltron getting surgery
Hmm.
to improve his eyesight again,
Yep. Mm.
that comes full circle
Yep. Mm.
because they're able to find a doctor who can do the surgery and do it well. And like Voltron is convinced, like, okay, I want to get the surgery so I can actually see my granddaughter instead of just like feeling her presence.
Right.
Um, like I think at one point, like he feels her face,
Yeah.
and
Right.
he's like, oh my god, like that's Edmund,
Yeah. Yeah.
like to a T.
Yeah.
And so that kind of fills him with determination, like, I don't want to go out not seeing my granddaughter.
Right.
So he goes ahead with the surgery, and of course, again, it's a slight anxiety because again, it's industrial era Europe. Um, surgeries aren't exactly like top of the line
Right.
during
Right.
that time.
Hmm.
So there's always that worry, like, oh, like it was like a 60%
Yeah. Something like that.
failure rate or success rate.
Yeah. One of the two. But basically, you.
One of the two, yeah. Like
Yeah.
basically, like he could get
Right.
injured from this,
Right.
um, but he's like, no, I'm gonna do it. And of course, Perrine is supporting him all the way. And so like the surgery happens, and thankfully it's a complete success.
Hmm.
The doctor's like, yeah, it worked out really well. He has new eyes, but of course, like he can't see right away.
Hmm.
Like you got to recover from that because the surgery on your eyes, like it's not exactly a boo boo you can put with a band aid and call it a day.
Right.
You
Right.
gotta give it time to heal.
Yep.
Um, so he's has the bandages on and he's in bed for a while. Um, but like at one point they need to change his bandages, and okay, you get like 15 minutes to test out your eyes.
Right.
This is really the final test for you. And sure enough, he it's very faded, but he can make Perrine out. And of course, oh, it's another that's another emotional scene that I
Yeah.
thought,
Yeah. Definitely.
because it's like, yeah, like I mean I'm familiar enough with blindness and having read about it
Hmm.
that you do wonder, like, what life must be like for people with blindness.
Yeah.
And like talking with my mom, especially, like she's a big fan of Andrea Bocelli. He's a opera singer. He's blind,
Mm.
and yet he's such a talented singer.
Hmm.
um, and like talking with her about it, like she often wonders, like, what how it's like almost it's like a bittersweet life, to lose your eyesight yet still have that amazing gift of song. Um, and she often wonders, like, what he must be feeling like.
Hmm.
Like that's like empathy, a real strong empathy.
Yeah. Mm.
And so, like, having read up on that as I do, and seeing this arc with him getting his eyesight back, it's like it's such a yeah, it's a really emotional experience
Hmm.
to see this man get his eyesight back, um, and just be overjoyed at seeing Perrine, because
Right.
like, oh yeah, you definitely do look like Edmund. Like
Yeah.
Edmund is there.
Yep. Mm.
Um, and it's like Edmund's returned in a certain way.
Right. Mm.
Yeah, I just thought that was a nice. That's I'm glad that they went back to that,
Hmm. Mm.
um, because really, yeah, like so, like Perrine meets him first, comments on his eyesight in the surgery, and that's kind of like ignored for like the rest of the show up
Right.
until
Right.
like the last few episodes,
Hmm. Mm.
which is I'm glad that they brought that
Yeah.
full circle.
Oh yeah. Totally. Yeah. I guess got a few more comments I'll make in response to that. Yeah, like it is quite notable that kind of Wolfron takes accountability of like his previous actions in this kind of ending part of the show, and he actually does already like kind of suspect that's what's going on, like back when he starts suspecting that Perrine is his granddaughter, because of course he's talking it over with Rosalie's grandma, and also with his lawyer when about his suspicions, and they're like, well, if that's the case, then why hasn't she told you? And then he immediately like kind of realizes, oh well, that's because I said those things about her mother in front of her, yeah, right? And yeah, so yeah, it is quite interesting to see how that kind of worked out. Um, and yes, I won't lie, it was somewhat satisfying to see Theodore kind of sulk off into the snow after he realizes, because yeah, like after all the trouble he gave Perrine, I just Yeah.
It's like being punished without being punished,
Right. Yeah.
kind of like what
Exactly.
happened with the photographers.
Yes. Yes. Right. It's like just learning about this is enough to like, oh shoot. So yeah, and as you mentioned, like in the final episode, it's kind of implied, like they might start turning over a new leaf as well. Um, and so yeah, you mentioned the surgery, so that's what I sort of pictured in reference to on this slide. And this was just like a sort of small thing, but I thought this was a really funny exchange. So this is like after the surgery is successful. Wolfram still has to pick out like eyeglasses that suit him, so so he can see clearly. Um, and so he picks out a set, and he's like, "How do I look, Perrine? Do I look good with these spectacles?" And Perrine replies, "I don't think so, but that's to be expected." And of course, she reveals immediately after that she's joking, but says like, "Yeah, that kind of sharp wit of hers is still there. She's just nice enough not to use it to hurt people most of the time."
I
Yeah.
like that scene too for sure.
Right. And so, lastly, I have here kind of the final ending scene of the entire series as a sort of bookend, because we kind of started out with like one of the first scenes to show up in the show, and now here's basically the ending scene. And so yeah, a number of things happen in the final episode. Um, so the construction on like the new facilities for the workers is still ongoing. It turns out that Marcel's, his parents' traveling circus is passing through Maricor, and of course he's excited to see Perrine again, and they do meet up and have a quick reunion, and it is a very happy moment there as well.
Mhm.
And not only that, but Wolfram surprises Perrine by buying Palikari back from Rukari. And so when they step outside the mansion, there's Palikari waiting for them, ready to pull the carriage. And it's like, yeah, that's really sweet. And so kind of everybody's been reunited in this episode. Um, and yeah, finally, after enduring so many hardships, Perrine is living a good life. She's recognized by her grandfather as his granddaughter, and she has good friends around her, and has helped improve the community too. And yeah, it's just a really nice way to end the whole story. Um, and yeah, well, what a wonderful series, right?
Oh yeah. Gosh, like by the end of it, I was like, I mean, I I was so like overjoyed that
Hmm.
everything had worked out. Like there's a trope called earn your happy ending.
Uh-huh.
You see it in all sorts of media, so I'm very familiar with it. This is definitely like one of those where it should be
Yes.
like the picture in the dictionary for
Right,
that
the
trope,
poster child. Yeah.
because like my goodness, Perrine goes through so much as we've accounted.
Yes.
Actually, it's kind of funny. Like I feel like I was watching the series again, instead of going through all of it. Like this is the Spark Notes version.
Right. Right.
Um, but like everything from like losing her dad, losing her mom, losing Pelicare. Um, she almost loses Baron at one point.
Yep.
We didn't bring that up. Yeah, he accidentally gets shot
You're right.
by by Theodore,
Theodore. Yeah.
but it all works out. He's able to get quick medical attention.
Hmm.
But that was another one where it's like, oof, like that was another rough one.
Yeah.
Like you
Right.
didn't
Right.
know how it was going to go.
Right.
Um, of course, like everything from like Wolfron uh, dismissing her mom, and Towel's behavior, and just all these different things that happen. Just so much stuff happens,
Yeah. Right.
and yet like she keeps she keeps her wits about herself,
Hmm.
and she still stands up for herself, and she remembers what her mom had taught her, and she pulls through it all. And so like to see this ending where like everything works out really well,
Hmm.
yeah, it's so satisfying. um because I have seen a couple like long form shows
Yeah.
where they end and it feels like there's still like things that are left
Right. Right.
that need to be addressed. I mean, Avatar: The Last Airbender is definitely one where I was very pleased with the ending,
Hmm.
but they still left a lot of things open, and it
Right. Right.
felt like, oh, that's an excuse to do more media after the fact.
Hmm.
Which, yeah, I have my opinions on that. We don't have to get into, but like this is definitely like one series where like I wouldn't change anything.
Hmm.
Like from start to finish, they executed the story very well, gave plenty of time to character development, characters that you care about, um, and like the emotional roller coaster
Yeah.
was very appropriate. Like,
Right.
yeah, like some scenes are really rough, but I mean, of course, I'm speaking for myself. I don't think they're particularly rough enough to where like they damage you for
Yeah. Yeah.
life. You know, they're not like overly traumatizing.
Right. Right.
Um, at least that's my opinion. But they're definitely there, and you appreciate them when they come up because yeah, I mean, it's the human journey throughout this whole thing, and it adds to the realism
Mm-hmm.
of the series. And yeah, I just really appreciated all of that. Gosh, what a special little series to have discovered.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Highly recommend. Why why it's not more popular in the states, I'll never know. Maybe it's just circumstances of history,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think this show could benefit from more and more sharing. I think,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
which I'm happy that we're able to do a little bit.
Yeah. Me too. I definitely agree there. It really deserves to be a classic, and yeah, I think I would be comfortable calling it like one of my favorite shows of all time now. Like, yeah, I enjoyed it as a kid, but having rewatched it now is like, yeah, this is really good stuff, man. um, and yeah, indeed. And regarding like kind of the emotional journey, yeah, like there are quite a few parts that are quite rough as we went over. Like, we mentioned so many times, like, oh god, this part was hard to watch, but like yeah, I think having those parts kind of makes the ending kind of even more satisfying because it's just like, yeah, she's gone through all of that, but in the end, she does earn a happy ending, and it works out, and it's really wonderful. And she manages to do it by being clever and being resourceful, but also by being kind to others and receiving help from others, and it's a great kind of reflection of humanity in that regard. And I guess that kind of leads into some of the things we want to discuss before we end this episode. So do we want to go to our concluding thoughts?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. So first of all, I guess we have some brief thoughts about like Perrine's characterization, like what makes her an effective character. Do you want to talk about this?
Yeah. I know like we've mentioned this here and there
Right.
about like her maturity, while still being a child.
Yeah.
Um, I think the balance here is done so well, and it's just so unique for me
Yeah.
because, like, again, I've seen kids' characters in other shows, and at the most, like, they're carefree, they get into
Right.
shenanigans. If there's emotional hardships, they're few and far between, and they're over by the end of the episode.
Mm-hmm.
But to see a character like Perrine, who, yeah, she's 13, she's a kid, um, and yet just taking all this responsibility and owning up to it in a very mature way
Right.
where like she's having one-on-ones with her mom, learning lessons and actually applying them in real life, helping out her mom whenever she gets the chance, um, and just being for the most part fairly kind and agreeable to
Mm-hmm.
everybody that she meets,
Yeah.
um, and not being fairly dismissive, at least initially. Of course,
Mm-hmm.
we've seen the right photographers.
Mm-hmm.
She was quick to dish out the same thing for them.
Right.
She eventually learns after the fact. Like we see her maturity throughout much of the show,
Mm-hmm.
to the point where like you almost forget that she is just a kid,
Right.
um, which makes it more interesting when there are like small moments in the show where she gets to act like a child.
Yeah.
You shared this image here on the right
Mm-hmm.
of her playing with Baron in the courtyard
Yeah.
of the mansion when she's with Wolfron.
Mm-hmm.
It's like little scenes like that, like just her playing with her new friends
Yeah.
and kind of keeping that childlike spark of creativity again with the hunter's hut in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's such a kid thing
Right.
to have, like, again, like your secret place to make it your own. Whereas most adults would probably like dismiss that. Oh, that's just a hunter's hut.
Right.
That's nothing special. But like in her eyes, like, oh, this is a home for me.
Yeah.
And I can be a host again. Like, and it's like the duality with the maturity. Like, I can be a host. I can have proper dinners,
Mm-hmm.
where I cook for everyone and share in good tidings, and just yeah, like she really struck a big chord with me
Yeah,
in the show as somebody to like really care about and want to see, again, her earn her happy ending and
yeah,
make it, the light at the end of the tunnel. Um, but like, yeah, just her maturity, on the same plate as her
yes.
childishness. I thought was handled fairly well, and certainly makes her like a very compelling character.
Hmm.
Because I mean, like I guess free floating thoughts. Like we mentioned Hilda
Yeah.
as kind of a similar show. Without going too much into that, um, she is definitely another character who um, has a slight air of maturity to herself while
Right.
still being a kid.
Yep.
Um, Granted, she is a little bit more carefree in that where her story starts. She's out in the woods with her mom
Hmm.
and going on adventures and meeting mythical creatures and getting into shenanigans, but while still like having a good relationship with her mom. Um, like kind of seeing her maturity shine through to an extent where like she wants to help others and recognize fair situations
Right.
and just be a good person. um like that was like one thing that struck me about her character. And like seeing Perrine here in contrast to that, where like that's just taken up the ante.
Oh yeah.
Because granted, like the story of Perrine is a longer series than Hilda.
Hmm.
um, like Hilda has like I think like 8 or 10 episode arcs
Right.
per
Right.
season. This is like almost over 50 episodes.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I was just really struck with her character. She's
Hmm.
a really great character, um, and definitely somebody to like look up to,
Yeah.
which is kind of funny as well. Like her maturity and the way that she handles situations, like despite being a kid, like if she can do that and
Right.
and, and be a good, just strive to be a good person, well, what's stopping anyone else?
Right. Right.
So that's kind of what I had in mind about her.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree that that's all very striking, and yeah, I definitely would second all of those observations. Something else I'll mention in regards to like the balance struck in her character um, is when it comes to her motivations, because it's like she ends up working this really important position at the factory because she's so mature and dependable, but it all comes from this very pure and childlike desire of wanting to be loved by her grandfather when it comes to her personal motivation for doing all these things. And in fact, there are a couple moments in the show where Wolfron basically gives her free reign to do anything she likes, and she's she would just go, "Oh no, but I want to stay here and keep helping you." Um, and it's actually kind of funny because I remember thinking in those scenes, like during those scenes, wait, no, like, go chase your dreams and do whatever you want. Um, but what she really wanted most in those moments was to spend time with her grandfather and be accepted by him. And that's a very understandable motivation coming from a child, especially one who has lost both of her parents so recently. And yeah, so I kind of picked these images as a particular juxtaposition. So the one on the left is actually from the very first episode. So you kind of get, these facets of Perrine's characterization just from the beginning, as you noticed. Um, and so here in the image, well, what she's doing is that she's basically giving a pep talk to her mom. So you mentioned like how her mom is kind of the one relying on Perrine for emotional support, and that's sort of what's happening here. Like with Edmund having passed away, Marie is not sure that she can keep the photography business running um, by herself, and she's like, no, I, I'm a bit too shy to like talk to people or ask them to pay money for for my services or anything like that. And Perrine tells her, yeah, I'm shy too, but I can speak wholeheartedly, so you let me do the talking, and I'll handle that part. And it's definitely a very mature thing for a 13-year-old to be doing. Um, so yeah, you kind of get that already from the very first episode. Um, but yeah, again, you also get these moments where she does get to act like a kid, and I think it's nice to see that that she doesn't like kind of lose her childhood or her innocence or anything like that by the end of the story, at least not completely. Like this screenshot on the right, as you mentioned, is from when she is living with Voltron at his mansion, and it's from one of like the episodes close to the end of the series. But at this point, she's wearing her new dress and she's working as Voltron's secretary. Like she's like the trusted assistant of like the head honcho of this factory. It's a really important position, but even so, like when she gets a chance, she still takes a chance to go and play with Baron in the courtyard, and they actually insert like some of these scenes like into like successive episodes. Like this is not a one off. Like there are like several episodes where you just get to see her like playing with Baron while other things are going on, and yeah, it's just really sweet. Something that's I thought was like really I guess amusing, but also kind of nice. Was like during one of these scenes, they're kind of playing tag, so they're chasing each other around, and Baron falls down the stairs, and then suddenly Perrine is very worried about him, but then he kind of like shakes himself off, and it turns out that he's fine, and then Perrine is like, "You tricked me, like you little like." And he actually like sort of like does the whole plays dead kind of thing that that dogs can be trained to do, and she's like, no, you can't trick me again. And but then in like I think pretty much the next episode, there's a moment where again they're playing around in the courtyard, and then Perrine trips and falls down, and then she kind of stays there for a moment, and then Baron comes over and kind of sniffs her, and it seems like he's very worried, and then. But then Perrine opens her eyes and she's like, "Ha! I tricked you!" And it's like, "Oh, she played the same trick on him. It's so cute."
Yeah. Oh, I remember that too. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just like that relationship is
mhm.
just so great.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, that was really fun, and I think after everything she's gone through, like Farine definitely deserved to like just goof around and be a kid for a bit. So yeah, I really like those scenes. Like even though they weren't scenes that were like moving the story forward, I think they serve a pretty important purpose in the narrative nonetheless. um, but yeah, all right, we're very close to the end now. I know this is a very long episode, um, but we do want to like reflect a little bit on what the series kind of tells us about the real world and kind of things that we usually talk about on this show. Because this is definitely a very atypical kind of a topic for us to cover. But the reason we're covering it is one, it's our show and we can do what we want. But two is yeah, we do think that there are some lessons we can take away from this that are applicable to things we generally talk about. Um, yeah, and in fact, the show kind of encourages this too because this is the very last line that is said in the show by the narrator, as pictured on this slide. So it's the ending scene where Perrine and Voltron are dancing, and they're accompanied by Baron and Policari, and it's all really wonderful. And so the narrator basically says, "Yep, so this is the end of the story. It was very hard, but Perrine finally earned her happiness." And then they end up saying, "Please endeavor to consider the happiness of everyone around you, and not just your own happiness." And like wow, that really sums up kind of a major theme of the show, doesn't it? Yeah, do you have anything particular to say about that?
Oh yeah. That definitely is like the core of the entire series.
Right.
Again, like this is like one of the last words that her mom gives her when she passes away. Like you have to kind of give kindness in order to receive kindness because like everyone's kind of going through their own things,
Right.
and and it helps with it helps to have some empathy when dealing with these sorts of things and dealing with other people. Because if you're able to kind of meet one on one with someone and talk to them and get to know them better, just show them kindness from the get go without any sort of like biases or preconceived notions,
Mm-hmm.
then you realize how a lot of similarities that you have, and so like people will see that and react in kind. Um, Best case scenario, of course.
Right. Mm.
Um, yeah, I was definitely struck a lot by the themes of this show, mostly because like we've said that the show is very realistic and like not in like as well like in the plot and in the general like world building that is
Mm.
here. Um, but it's also like very realistic in the way that it portrays people.
Yes.
I one thing that really struck me with this compared to other shows, where sometimes you'll get sort of a Hobbesian take on humans, where everyone's kind of out for themselves and life is especially hard. Um, but like nobody is bothering to help each other out because they have nothing to do with me. Why should I help them?
Mm,
It can get really difficult. But in reality, that's not what we see in the world if you actually pay attention. Most people are getting along with each other fairly well,
mm, mm,
and they actually tend to show kindness to a lot of to their neighbors, especially more often than you think. Um, like as a kind of an extreme example, I'm reminded of the quote from a book, The Creative Spark by Augustine Fuentes.
mm,
He's an anthropologist, so I've mentioned on the show before. Um, like his book was kind of like one of the crucial steps in my journey to understanding kindness and empathy.
mm, mm.
Um, and so like this is in context to like ideas about human violence. So he says, every time we watch news reports, read updates, or tune into any media sources, the lead stories are almost always about horrific things. It would surprise no one to see a headline in the New York Times that read, "Four killed in New York City today." But a much more common occurrence, the more important news story for that day, would be a headline we never see: 7,999,996 people got along today in New York City. And, that says a lot because when we watch the story of Perrine, like this is seen very clearly. It would have been, you could have had a series where Perrine and her mom are traveling through Europe and everyone is just harsh.
Right.
Like, oh, you don't have money? Tough. See ya.
Mm-hmm.
Or like, oh, you want some of our food, but we need this food. Go get your own. Um, but like almost every chance we get,
Right.
we see like when they travel, people are very decent,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like, oh yeah, we don't have a lot, but we have enough to spare.
Mm-hmm.
We've been in your situation before. We'd love to help. Um, and like even like in the harshest times, like there is that solidarity there.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about the rival photographers as a great example. They like the relationship starts out poor, but like once they kind of see eye to eye and
Right.
realize that they're both in the same boat, like it's a much healthier solution to find that solidarity there and kind of work together to help each other out.
Mm-hmm.
Hence why they decide to take the alternate route away from those towns so they can help Marie and Perrine make money to support their journey.
Right. Mm.
And that really stuck with me. And like even like when she gets into the the city, like you're thinking, oh, here we go. We're gonna get the rough life of the city where everyone's
Right.
out for themselves, right? It's everyone's going to work, they have their own paychecks, but it's like no, like there is like worker solidarity there.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
But like when she meets with Rosalie and Fabry,
Yep. Mm.
like they all immediately hit it off in regards to like workplace troubles and issues and,
Right.
and daily life, and they're all there for each other, standing up for each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like even with the department head at where Perrine and Rosalie work initially,
Mm.
with Perrine pushing carts, you know, uh, they're not afraid to stick up for themselves when he's being unreasonable,
Right.
um, which is definitely very notable. Even like when Rosalie gets injured, we see that very clearly.
Yep. Mm.
The department head is willing to like, oh, quit complaining, go back to work. Um, Whereas Perrine is like, we got to help her because this is serious.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, like you should be kinder to her, like that sort of thing. Um, and that's another aspect of the show that I really took with, just like the emphasis on kindness.
Mm-hmm.
Again, like her mother's message. You got to give. You should give kindness to others, so that way you can receive kindness as well. Um, of course, there are some psychologists who can take that in an interesting way,
Mm-hmm.
where they argue that it's in people's best interests to be selfless, but in reality, like that's hidden selfishness to begin with.
Right. Right.
I've seen that here and there before.
Yeah.
Um, I question that methodology, um, but like from like an obvious common sense standpoint, which it's kind of funny coming from me because anthropology teaches you to kind of avoid common sense. Um, like, of course, it's a good idea to treat everybody kind and to receive kindness because like it benefits everyone. and
Mm-hmm.
we're able to get things done that we need to get done a lot easier when everybody's able to lend a helping hand and help each other out.
Mm-hmm.
Because like um, what was it? It was Rutger Bregman. We talked
Oh
about
yeah.
the Humankind book early on in the show.
Mm-hmm.
He had a line where he said, "Doing good feels good because it is good." And I think that that's a very blunt way of putting it.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, so like in my readings of kindness, um, very recently, like after I had finished Story of Perrine, I came across Henry James Garrett's book. This book will make you kinder.
Mm-hmm.
Very fun title. It came out last year, so it's relatively new. For those of you who are savvy on the internet, you might know Garrett from his Instagram comics, drawings of dogs, where he basically uses like little anthropomorphic animals and inanimate objects to address societal concerns
Mm-hmm.
in a very direct way, and that I think works really well. So like he kind of extends that into this book and talks about ways that you can be kinder to others and kind of hone in your empathy. And he had a couple of words about that I can kind of summarize very briefly. Like morality is nothing more than what empathy would motivate you to do
Mm-hmm.
should you not make any mistakes, things like cruelties that would affect your empathy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, those sorts of mistakes are anything from, minor prejudices to just, outright human rights abuses.
Mm-hmm.
And we're often kind of encouraged to act on those mistakes, by our overarching societies, because like if you watch the news or particular news features and you get this image in your head of demographics of people, you're kind of trained not to feel empathy for them or even take their concerns very seriously, and that can be like a feedback loop depending on how you feed your information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bregman had another line where it was like, you should feed your mind with healthy things
Yeah.
as you would feed your body with healthy food,
Mm-hmm.
because your brain is an organ and it requires aid, and mental health is just as important as bodily, physical health, like
Mm-hmm.
a
Mm-hmm.
broken bone, and
Right.
that's important to work with. And so a part of that includes learning empathy skills,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
um, and to kind of fix these um, empathy blinding mistakes, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
um, so yeah, like one of the goals of being kinder is you know to recognize this, that like there are often people with motivations to make you not have empathy for certain groups of people because it maintains their status quo. Or like you look at overarching societal ideals that say, oh well, you shouldn't feel empathy for certain groups of people or not
Mm-hmm.
worry about this. It's important to recognize that, and strive to listen, learn, and do more to prevent that suffering of all kinds from getting worse than it already is.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I mean, like the way that Perrine gets to know the people that she meets, providing opportunities for both parties to kind of hear each other out and learn about each other. I mean, that's a wonderful example of that,
Mm-hmm.
because we find, in taking her mother's advice about kindness, she's able to influence others to be kind
Right.
themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's often through the resulting empathy, which then leads to solidarity in some cases. Um, and of course, regarding later in the series, the power of acting on empathy is especially important. I mean, we've seen how Volfron is sort of reintroduced to his workers in a new light after the fire,
Mm-hmm.
um, and kind of seeing how his actions had, like, through like a long line, have led to this situation, this horrible situation, um, and how rather and that's how he took responsibility for his actions and
Yeah.
strived to do better and be a better person to help his employees. I mean, after all, empathy and kindness without action accomplishes little.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've heard the phrase "actions speak louder than words."
Mm-hmm.
That's very true.
Yeah.
If you're all talk and no work, then nothing good would ever get done, and you'd still be stuck in that perpetual societal cycle
Mm-hmm.
of cruelties. Yeah, it's not always easy to act. In fact, that's probably the hardest part about
Mm-hmm.
being kind, especially if it comes at great personal cost.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I think it's important to consider that people wouldn't make those sorts of empathy mistakes if they were aware of the harm that they were doing. Because again, Volfron sees the fire, he's made aware of the situation, and it saddens him, and it really changes him with a little bit of encouragement from Perrine, and so he goes ahead to make things right. At the frustrations of Talel, because it's costly to do so, but it's the right thing to do regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I guess kind of like my closing thoughts on this,
Mm-hmm.
you know, most suffering in the world is avoidable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we just kind of have to work to make positive change happen.
Right.
And we've seen very clearly with Perrine, like how easy this can be to set things on the right path. Um, and of course, that just kind of also helps that she's just a remarkable character,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and it's kind of like her impact on people is emphasized a lot in the show, and even at the highest levels of like great societal change, that
Right.
she was able to influence Volfron to do good for his employees and make their lives better for them. So it's like on those two fronts, that definitely impacted me a lot about the
Mm-hmm.
story of
Yeah.
because I'm always striving to like learn more about the world
Mm-hmm.
and try to help things be better by informing others on what they can do. That's sort of like my way of acting, by
Mm-hmm.
having the show to talk to you all about these sorts of things
Yeah.
and and share what we've learned. Um, like you too can be a Perrine
Mm-hmm.
if
Mm-hmm.
if you wish,
Yeah.
and take the time to like get to know people, listen to them, and learn about their lives, and then work together to make things right
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and make a better life for all of us. Um, yeah, that's kind of what I had to say about the themes of the show as a humanist, of
Yeah.
course.
Mm. Yeah, that's wonderful, and I definitely agree with all that. And I'll just add a few other thoughts that I have before we close off, because yeah, again, I know this is getting to be a long episode, but yeah, just to mention that there's often this idea that realism in fiction means like super dark and gritty and not shying away from the bad things. So I think what really makes the story of Perrine stand out a lot in that regard is that yes, it is a very realistic show. Everything that happens, or just about everything that happens in the show, could happen in real life, theoretically. Um, but it's not like that at all, right? Like, and it certainly doesn't shy away from bad things happening. Uh, Bad things do happen, and people do die, and there are bad things in the world that happen. However, despite that, it manages to maintain a very optimistic kind of outlook on all this, and it tells you that with humanism and kindness, we can make the world better, um, and even though there are bad things happening, we can help each other through those things. It is a really nice kind of message to leave us with, and I think in some ways it definitely I feel is a better reflection of humanity than just constant grimdark. Um,
Mm.
and yeah, I think when it comes to like the kind of origins of like empathy and kindness in humans, that's certainly a very interesting subject. There are a lot of studies that have been done on like what causes the evolution of like moral or morality, like what kind of evolutionary kind of explanation is there for this. And of course there are some pretty good ones, and there's also been kind of similar studies being done on other types of animals, especially social animals that have to interact a lot with one another, where we can get quite a bit of insight about how kind of altruism and empathy and and kindness come from a naturalistic standpoint. But I think those are things that are it's useful to know, and it's a fascinating subject, but like it kind of ties into the naturalistic fallacy that like I think knowing where these impulses come from um, is a different thing from like deciding to act on them, or like deciding to live your life based on these virtues, um, because as we've discussed before on the show, we humans, we can kind of choose what we want to be to a large extent, and so like does it really matter that uh, like altruism originally might have had like selfish impulses as it originated, like yeah, of course, even now, we regularly do things that for others with the expectation of getting something in exchange. Like, sure, like I'm not saying that that aspect of like our origins or our humanity goes away or has gone away, but like you know, you can you can decide to be kind, and uh, I think on a certain level it doesn't matter where it came from, and like even if you're doing it out of like quote unquote hidden selfishness, like is that such a bad thing if it makes the world better in the end? It's like yeah, I mean, so I think those are all things that are worth thinking about. Um, but yeah, no, I do think like the major takeaway that yes, we should be kinder to others and that it makes the world a better place. That's all very sound, I feel, and it's definitely something we should strive for, no matter what the underlying motivation or kind of naturalistic origins might be.
Yeah, that's well said.
Oh well, I'm glad you think so. So yeah, okay. So finally, I guess we can end the show for real. So I guess final concluding thoughts about the story of Perrine. We definitely highly recommend it, right? And
Oh yeah, absolutely.
yeah, so if you watched all the way to this point and you haven't watched it yet, then please go watch it. Like it is true that we have gone through like all these spoilers and explained the entire story to you. But even so, I feel like you should still see it for yourself because yeah, I do think that the emotional payoff is really spectacular and it has good messages and really likable, compelling characters and it's just a wonderful story. I guess something else I'll add is that this is an anime from the 1970s and based on a story from the 19th century. So, I mean, this might seem obvious, but clearly the major themes of the story are things that have resonated with people for a long time, and I think they still ring very true today. And so that is why we like the show. It's certainly why I like the show. I assume we can both agree on those points too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you have like kind of final recommendations to give before we close?
I think definitely like to kind of allude back to an earlier comment you had made about one of the comment sections of um, one of the episodes you had watched.
Yeah.
Yeah, I even though this is an adaptation, like I wouldn't let that get in the way of your enjoyment of the series.
Mhm.
Like you can watch the show and like never even bother to pick up the original book. That's totally fine. People do that all the time.
Right.
Um, if you desired to have um, that need to like read the source material first and then go into an adaptation, I get it. I know my that's what my sisters had done
Hmm.
for like the Harry Potter series,
Hmm.
which I
Right.
don't particularly care about,
Hmm.
but I get it. Like you read the source material and you watch the adaptation, and then like a lot of your thoughts are focused towards
Right.
how did they do that's this chapter,
Right.
or how
Right.
do they do this character. And I think to an extent like that kind of gets in the way of like
Hmm.
enjoyment.
Yeah.
Like I think you can approach like the original novel or this adaptational series like on their own
Right.
just fine, and still come away like really moved as
Hmm.
I have.
Yeah.
I mean, like I'll be honest, I don't have any intentions of reading the original book
Hmm.
just because I feel like it would kind of like, maybe this is weird. I feel like they would kind of like ruin the show for me, because then I will know like like what they had.
Right. Right.
I'll approach that with the show in my head,
Right.
and so like I'm gonna read the characters and like they're gonna be the characters on the show, and it's
Yeah.
not gonna be the same as we've alluded to several times. Like they do make changes here,
Right. Right.
and yeah, I think with that in mind, this is definitely a wonderful show for all ages. Don't let the children's intended audience get in the way. I think no matter who you are, like you can watch this and take away some valuable lessons, and also just have a good time.
Hmm.
It's a good story with really wonderful visuals, and kind of in our kind of oversaturated media today, where most like films and shows that we're getting are either reboots or retreads, or they're there to make money. It's kind of nice to have something like this that it's just there for its own sake,
Hmm.
to be like a positive light in the world.
Yeah.
um, maybe that's too much praise, but I really think that this is something special, and
Hmm.
I can't recommend it enough, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree with that. And I guess final note is that I have not really seen really any of the other World Masterpiece Theater series. Like maybe at most like clips and such, but yeah, never entire series. So I can't comment on those, at least not now. But if they're anything like the story of Perrine, I feel like they would probably be worth watching. Um, so
Mhm.
yeah, maybe eventually I'll get around to watching another one, and maybe we can have another review like this. But we'll see, we'll
Sure.
see. In any case, I think we can move on to our ending matter. What do you think?
I think so.
All right. So, oh, actually, there is one more slide about Perrine here. So, yeah. So after I rewatched the show, I enjoyed it so much. I just had to make some fan art for it, just to kind of help promote the show, and also because that's kind of how I exercise my kind of creative impulses when they come. Um, and so, yeah, if you know anything about the way I do fan art, it's basically like I think of a way to turn the characters into dinosaurs, and so
Yeah.
this is kind of what I came up with. So yeah, so I have Perrine and her mother drawn as troodontid dinosaurs in the late Cretaceous. It's kind of a nod to the whole dinosauroid concept because there's this popular hypothesis that maybe troodontids could have become sapient if they hadn't gone extinct. So I kind of put them in there as like people equivalents. And even though like in terms of like brain to body ratio, like I'm sure like a lot of the other kind of bird-like dinosaurs are probably comparable to troodontids. Like it's maybe not something that's particularly special about them. Um, I did go with troodontids for one particular reason, and that is that they can't fly, because a lot of the other dinosaurs that are more closely related to modern birds are flying animals, and of course that's a little less relatable if you're doing a show about a long journey across the continent. So yeah, I decided to stick with troodontids. So yeah, I have Perrine and her mother as troodontids here. Perrine is like a Mesozoic mammal. I sort of based him on like a group of mammals called the Eutriconodonts, which are they could get kind of decently sized for Mesozoic mammals. Like by that I mean like the size of a badger tops or something like that. Mesozoic mammals don't get very big, but yeah, so they kind of sort of doggy looking. They might have like eaten smaller animals, so somewhat predatory creatures. But yeah, they figure that he's fairly suitable as a dog equivalent. And Polycari is a duck-billed dinosaur, a hadrosaur, kind of pulling the cart. So kind of large-ish plant-eating animal. It's somewhat analogous to a horse or a donkey. In fact, I based him specifically on a type of hadrosaur called Tethys hadros from the late Cretaceous of Europe. And the reason I did that, it was partly because Tethys hadros was thought to be insular dwarf. That means an island dwarf animal. So it's actually a bit smaller than most other types of hadrosaurs. Um, and so I figure it's something uh, roughly similar in relative size to a donkey compared to the main characters. He's actually a little bigger than them, but he isn't as big as a horse equivalent would be, right? And also because it has some unusual features, or proposed to have some unusual features, like a really long tail, which I thought would be very distinctive. However, it turns out that within the last month or so, a new publication on Tethys hadros came out, and they described some new specimens, including some that are actually bigger than the original type specimen that was described, and they
Ooh.
concluded based on like the growth patterns in the bones that okay, actually no, Tethys hadros was not an island dwarf, so that actually went out the window. And I think they actually found that the tail was not as long as had been previously assumed either. So yeah, those two kinds of points of consideration were kind of overridden. But even so, I still really enjoyed making this image. I used some techniques that I don't usually get to use, and so that was a lot of fun to figure out. And of course, like basing any kind of work on science, you always run the risk of getting superseded by later findings, especially science that changes as quickly as paleontology. But in any case, no, I just wanted to make some kind of tribute to the show, so I did this. Um, yeah. Do you have anything to add to that before we move on?
Oh, I love this. This is great. I do like it when you kind of play with your art style a little bit because I
Mm.
mean I've known your art for years, even
Hmm.
before we really like talked to each other
Right.
as best friends.
Yeah.
So it's been kind of cool to see like your progression over time while still keeping your, I'd say, kind of your trademark
Mm.
style when it comes to portraying animals like these. Yeah, this is a this is a really great piece, and of course we will definitely put the link
You're right.
to your DeviantArt post. So if you want to like look at this in more detail, you can.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, yeah. So I did want to like sort of pay homage to the show's art style. So I kind of played with the style a little bit. It's definitely not something quite typical of my usual art. And yeah, I can't make backgrounds as quite as lovely as those of the artists from the original show, but I did want to like sort of reference those as inspiration. So that's what we got here. And so yeah, that's the end of our review for real. As a quick reminder, um, we are going to interview the fantastic science communicators, Miles Greb and Trey the Explainer, soon, presumably sometime this month. So if you have any questions at all, any specific questions for them that you'd like us to ask, please let us know either by email or tweet at us or leave a comment or anything. Yeah, we will definitely announce when we have an actual set date for the interview, so you can get those questions in before then. But yeah, for now, if anything comes to mind, just contact us, and we will try to fit that into the interview as best we can. And that will probably be our final episode of the year, whenever it releases. Okay. And if you enjoyed this episode, we're not going to do anime reviews all the time, but if you like what we do, if anything we talked about resonated with you at all, please consider supporting us on Patreon. It'll really help us like develop new ideas and projects for the show. Who knows? We might do more anime reviews, right? and
Yeah.
so yeah, feel free to contribute if you can and feel like it. And we currently have 2 patrons in total, last I checked, one of whom is Joan's sister, Julie, who is of a tier where she is scheduled to get a shout out in every episode. So that's the shout out. Um, and yeah, we really appreciate any support you can give us. So, as always, we have some acknowledgments for our friends. Henry wrote the theme music, which we really love, and Alicia came up with the color scheme for my Alvrasaur character avatar. So that's lovely. And the show definitely would not be the same without them. So give them your props. And finally, we are on Twitter, so you can follow us on @TimeandClades if you want to, stay on top of the show. We tweet whenever we have new releases or updates or announcements, and you can also subscribe to us directly on our YouTube channel, where you're probably listening or viewing right now. Go ahead and do that if you like our content and you haven't subscribed it. And if you have any questions about the show whatsoever or anything we talked about, you can send them to our email at timeandclades@gmail.com, or you can leave a comment. We do appreciate all the comments and feedback that we receive. And finally, you can see a description for links to various websites that we talked about in this episode. I guess we don't really have references for this episode since it's a review of a fictional series, but we will put links to like the playlist of episodes that is currently available on YouTube. We will put in the link to my fan art, and we will link to some of the books that we mentioned too. So yeah, that's. I hope you all enjoyed this episode. It's certainly very unconventional for us, but yeah, it was an absolute blast to do, and I just loved revisiting this lovely, wonderful show.
Yeah, and I enjoyed like being introduced to this lovely show.
Oh,
Um,
I'm glad
definitely
you
a,
did.
yeah, highlight of my life for sure. We thank you, and we hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day.
Take care, everybody.